Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Special Governing Board meeting of the Cabrillo Unified School District. Today is Thursday, November 21st, 2019. We are reconvening from our closed session and no action was taken. So first item is item number 6, the Pledge of Allegiance. Everybody please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. No. All right. Next, item 7, adoption of agenda as presented or amended. Do we have a motion to approve? Do we have a second? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Aye passes 5-0. Item number 8, comments from the public related to items not on this agenda. Scanning through our pile, I believe all of these are related to the item on the agenda. So we will move to item 9.
Oh, that is me.
Item 9. Oh, there is? Oh, okay. Oh, you're right. She's not. Okay. But I did have her first on my list. Okay, so I apologize, Sean.
No worries.
Second. We do have one item. Taylor Mills, please come up to the podium.
Good evening, board. My name is Taylor Mills. I am in 3rd grade at El Granada Elementary School. Just to shout out, our teachers are very smart and kind. We are learning new things every day, sometimes fun, sometimes hard, but that is what learning is about. I'd like to thank all my teachers, Mrs. Angelis, Mrs. Bruno, Mrs. Simrock, Mrs. Shu, and especially Mrs. Ladd for helping me get to who I am today. In kindergarten, I learned how to read. In 1st grade, I learned how to write. In 2nd grade, I learned how to add and subtract, and in 3rd grade, I learned how to multiply and divide. Without these amazing teachers, I would not be able to give this speech right now. Thank you for your time, and Taylor Mills, good night.
Thank you very much, Taylor. All right, item number 9, discussion items. 9A, receive financial overview update and revised list of potential cut recommendations. Dr. McFedrich.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say thank you to so many of you who come here because I recognize this is very important. So to all of us, and we all have roles to play in this, so I thank you for your advocacy. Quiero decirles a ustedes muchísimas gracias por venir esta noche para darnos información y sus opiniones de que necesitamos entender y comprender de las cosas que necesitamos decidir en los meses que vienen. So, gracias. ¿Dicho bien?
Muy bien.
Okay. We are very lucky to have Victor here translating. We saw him at Moonridge on Monday. We went to go speak to Moonridge families, and so he was lucky to translate for us. And so we appreciate him being here. And I don't think I need to translate again. Okay, tonight we're doing the financial overview update and a revised list of potential budget recommendations. And anybody who's been to one of these presentations before know that this is an ongoing iterative process. It has been developing over time, and I'll get to that in a minute. Tonight, the objective of the presentation is to present our financial overview update with a revised list of potential budget cuts and savings that are required for the board action in December to contain our spending and maintain local control. Typically, we have people from the county office here who are checking to make sure that we're on progress. They're away in a conference, so they're not here. They will be here back in December when the board must make actionable cuts totaling at minimum $2.5 million to make sure we're solvent. That is the direction upon us. With an assumption that the Measure I parcel tax has succeeded, and I checked this yesterday or the day before. I guess I was presenting at the Boys and Girls Club 2 nights ago, and I was checking because at 4:30, 4:59 we had a list. We were at 75.04% as of a couple days ago, and the final, we have semi-official results. So it looks like that has succeeded, and that was 1.6 million. So we did have for a while a list last time of $3.8 million in cuts. I asked the board and received direction last time to be able to bring that list down. Everybody heard me last time that I said that we should no longer consolidate El Granada and Fairlawn View schools. And then there were questions from the board about some other things, so that we kept those on the list. And then I said that I would have problems with certain core functions that I thought we would take off that list. So this is the smaller list of cuts of programs and services toward the goal of retaining a positive budget certification, approximately $2.5 million in cuts. I do want everybody to take a breath. This is difficult because you'll see in the presentation, this is about people's lives, it's about your kids, it's about your community, it's about the future of your school district. And although we have to make these cuts, we are mindful that this has emotional implications for us. And I just want us all to take a breath, and to everybody to know that this will be something that will be ongoing. Even if the board makes cuts in December, as we have to do, over the next months after that, we will reevaluate and continue to see if we can restore cuts. And, you know, we'll get more budget information in January from the state. And so I just want everybody to take a deep breath and know it's not over. There are no decisions being made tonight. We are talking, we're preparing, and we will continue to prepare all the way through the rest of next year. You'll see here an overview slide that I've given many times, but for those new, this basically says who the decision maker is, how the recommendations come. On the left, the board is the decision maker. They've got to make cuts by December 2019. They get the cuts recommended by staff. You'll see the inputs on the next one. It's about leadership. I've met with bargaining group representatives. I met with PTO representatives. I've met with the community groups, the Boys and Girls Club, Cabrillo Education Foundation, the Half Moon Bay High School Athletic Boosters, the City of Half Moon Bay, the Mid-Coast Council, PTOs at every school, some faculty, and I have met. I've been trying to meet with everybody I can, the county, and that there is the Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team. That is FICMAT. They were here last week doing interviews to check to see our policies, because we are trying to restore the district to good financial health so that we can take care of our employees, take care of our kids, and run by standards and best practices. So in the January or February, FICMAT will come back to present to us. And then assessing and deciding, this is a recommendation based on staff presentations to the board. This is a funnel approach. We look at the problem, we look at the themes, we look at how schools are staffed, we get some preliminary information. Then we had a first cut list, then we're bringing it down to another cut list. We're taking questions, bringing back more information. You'll see a bunch of information that I brought back that was requested. We make that recommendation. The final recommendation, of course, will be in the form of a resolution in December, which the board will then probably have some friendly amendments to, but try to get to $2.5 million to make sure we can get back to positive certification. Yeah, and so I've been working to explain the budget cut decisions and the rationale, and ultimately, and I think this is the final thing that's so important, is all employees and all community members, and really everybody on the coast side needs to understand that we have to have these budget cuts in order for us to remain solvent and to maintain local control. What that means is if you lose local control like Oakland did, like it looks like Sacramento could do, your board is taken away and you no longer have a democratically run public school system. You have people from outside who run it and don't come from it. This is also sort of a timeline. You'll see September, we prepared and we looked at the unaudited actuals that showed how much of a deep deficit we were in. And then in October, we looked at the resources and we looked at the essential needs, and we got inputs for a proposal on budget cuts. I do want to explain that to a certain extent, I get a little nervous up here sometimes because I've had experience doing this in other districts. I'm sure everybody understands that. I was a superintendent before this. I've been in these conversations before, but it's never easy. It has a human toll. I know it does on you, it does on me too. But what I want to say there is, as far as the inputs gathered, these were inputs and potential cuts that were listed for us by a finance committee last year and from the previous superintendent and the previous chief business officer. Some of those cuts I rejected wholesale and said we can't make those cuts. Some of those costs and the estimates of what we would save were not accurate, and so we've changed that. Some of the things I couldn't bear, but some of the things we need to bring forward as things for the board and the public to consider. We have a discussion. We have the analysis of the parcel tax election results. Until the parcel tax is not official, we only have semi-official. I think it'd be very difficult for us to lose at this point. I feel for our friends in Redwood City that look like they have lost their parcel tax. But we do need to see if there were additional cuts are required, and so we looked at that parcel tax, and then the board directed me to bring back a smaller set of cuts. And so then there's the preliminary report on short-term budget cuts ahead, and again, then the board gets to decide in December. We make a recommendation, and then we continue. I will continue to go school to school, community group to community group to explain the cuts, to show how we might reevaluate and restore them, and then to ask community partners if we can fill the gap, right? Whether it's the foundation or the Boys and Girls Club or the city of Half Moon Bay, et cetera, et cetera. I continue to have those conversations. I will continue to do that work. Then implementing in January and March, of course, you don't have all these cuts without having potential layoffs. 80% of our budget is staff, and so you will have layoffs. Employees could lose their jobs. That's another thing that's kind of heart-wrenching for us, and I know why a lot of you are here tonight. But our layoff notices would have to go out in March, and that means the board would have to approve them in February. But again, if we give a layoff notice in March, I want people to understand that if the funding changes, we may be able to bring those people back. And this is just for the folks who have done this before and our employees who have done this before, because I know you've been in this situation years before. We've grown accustomed to, you make the cuts, you prepare for the worst, and you plan for the best, and then you adjust to what the new funding is. And then we would look at district restructure. There is certainly the case here in the district where we've had some positions that we think we can do without. We've already had those retirements happen or people leave, and we haven't filled those positions here at the district office. And certainly as the schools change and as declining enrollment happens, there's no longer a need for all our employees. And we would restructure according to efficiency and student need. And then you'll see implementation and planning. That goes on through 2020. This process is never over. For those of you who were here at the last meeting, you saw that we're in a declining enrollment, and it's predicted that we will lose more elementary students and more secondary students over time. And if we go from 1,200, 1,250, 1,300 students in elementary to 1,100, we will not need the same number of staff. And so this process continues to go on. As much as I'd like it not to, we will always, as an organization, only need certain employees for student need. And then we need long-term and mid-term planning going forward to implement the cuts. I do want to remind everybody that this is, again, a slide that we've shown. We have to maintain our core instructional focus. We need to align our actions to the needs of students. We need to right-size our operational arrangements so they're both financially sustainable, but they also meet the needs of our core mission, which is students, and that's student achievement. This is a representative of a partnership between student, family, school, district, and community. That's why you're here. That's why we have this extra meeting tonight. It's why we have input so the board can hear. We have to learn from the past and prepare for the future. Quite frankly, there were some decisions that were made here and some arrangements here in the past that are not in line with 21st century best practices or what else is happening in the county and the state. We have to be sensitive, as I said, because we know this impacts employees and families. There are people in this room who I know by name that will be impacted, whether that's family members or employees. And I'm impacted by it too, but I also know that the board is impacted by it. I also know you're impacted by it. I take that very seriously. As an educator, as a leader, I want you to know that it's important for us to stay rooted, to stay mindful, to breathe, and to know that whatever happens, that there's a human impact and a human toll. And I just want to acknowledge that, and I respect that, and I'm sorry for it. We have to be data-driven. We have to have open minds. We have to have a growth mindset. I heard someone say some weeks ago, oh, the parcel tax will never pass. Hey, guess what? It passed. Oh, we could never do that. That's not how we do it on the coast side. We have to change. So we have to have a growth mindset, and we have to have empathy for one another. We can argue, make arguments. We can be civil with each other. We can be respectful with each other. I think that's important for us to do, right? As a community, to take care of one another. And I will just say that in my time here since July, I have been very impressed and very heartened and uplifted by the very respectful communications that I've received and that I've seen among employees. I think this is Coast Side's a phenomenal community, and I haven't seen, I've seen predominantly, I would say the lion's share, majority, way more than majority, of just wonderful people doing wonderful things for each other. So we've done a lot of fact-finding, a lot of analysis and decision-making. It's not over. It will continue. And again, the board is not taking action tonight. We're looking at cuts and savings of $2.5 million. That could be decided by the board in December to regain solvency and retain our local control. I've said what's out of scope for today many times. Contract negotiations with our employee unions. I see Heidi Mills right over here. I think I saw Ramon Macias over here somewhere. Hey, Ramon. Yeah. Hi, Ramon. Stig is probably here too, and other CSEA members are here. Some things like class sizes, work days per year, calendar changes, salaries and benefits, that stays at the negotiations table, and I hold that pretty sacred. That's the law, that's what we need to do in good faith bargaining, and so I look at my partners at the negotiations table, and I want to make sure that everybody in the public knows there are some things, you know, we can't just say, hey, raise class size or lower class size. That's a negotiated item. Elementary school area boundaries, that is kind of not the topic of tonight's discussion, but there's something here tonight that would be impacted by that potentially, and I will need to explain that, particularly with the case of Moonridge. Currently, we have an open enrollment policy, so Moonridge families, I met with them on Monday night, and they have the option to attend their neighborhood elementary school Hatch if they prefer. We surveyed them. The survey is in there. 29 out of 50 elementary school families took that survey. 89% showed that they would prefer a closer school. But that said, this isn't about changing the boundary. This is about giving them the option to enroll, as many students have an open enrollment option in the district, no matter where you live, what school you're at. Graduation requirements, you know, we could bring graduation requirements down as low to 180. I don't suggest it. I don't recommend it. That'd be a longer discussion. It would save us money, but I don't think it's good for kids, and we're not proposing that tonight. And increasing enrollment would also need further unpacking if we wanted to do things that made schools more attractive, and that would take a longer time. Restricted funds like preschool funds, adult school funds, migrant education funds, construction funds like the bond. That's not for consideration tonight unless we can shift costs to the general fund. And I will say that tonight there will be a proposal to buy the solar at Cunha and Half Moon Bay High School so that we could save money of our operational costs to help us out of this deficit. Sale and lease of capital assets, surplus real estate, we have some, but that requires more time. But I would have told people this. I told it at the Mid-Coast Council last week or the week before. I've told this to other people. I have every intention of bringing in a real estate analyst to see if we could potentially sell surplus property, whether that's to be used for homes, to a developer, or for employee housing, which is something that I would be very interested in pursuing and recommending to the board, or potentially for parks, whatever. That's something that will come later, isn't tonight. And then other revenue opportunities and partnerships with benefactors and other contributing agencies require additional time. I have been making those relationships, meeting with people, asking if they could help fill the gap, but that would be ongoing also. Student achievement is really the focus of our local control accountability plan. I want to remind people that literacy is important. If you are here because you're advocating for literacy, please know, one of the cuts that was recommended to me in the original finance committee that was considered was reading intervention teachers. I took it off the list. That's our business. That's in our LCAP. I couldn't deal with it. I would not recommend it. College and career readiness, that's something that we need to keep our eye on. Family engagement is something that we need to keep our eye on. Thank you for being engaged. School safety and climate is also something we need to keep our eye on. I've often said this, an enemy to system improvement is we've always done it that way. People are attached to how things are at the coast side for whatever reason. Some are more attached than others, depending on their interests, their agendas, where they sit in the district. We all have interests. But the idea that we've always done it that way, or that's the coast side, or the coast side's different, there are some things that we will need to change. It's a reality. It's got to be that way to get into best practices. And that gives us opportunities. And there are a lot of things here, but people have talked to me I've talked to utility procurement improvements. We save 3% now on our gas costs because we got into an organization that saves us money. That's good business. We need to do that so we don't lay somebody off. I would much rather have a better price on something, and so we do good business. Solar energy investments, that's up for grabs later for the board to see if we'll buy the solar instead of leasing it, so we could actually make money or save costs instead of just paying Tesla and Solar City what we would continue to pay PG&E. We could actually generate that and save money. Insurance, we've also found ways that we could save $140,000 a year in insurance savings, and we've been pursuing that so we didn't have to cut employees. Other existing arrangements like employee stipends that aren't in the contract, I've told the union leaders that that's something we would have to revisit. Staffing, you know, sometimes you cannot staff a class if it's only 10 people. Sometimes you have to fill it to capacity. Meal program, it's one of the cuts. In the past, we've given breakfast to everyone, but the national standard, the county standard, most districts operate this where you have a free and reduced meal, and people who qualify for the free and reduced meal get that. We could save money if we gave to those who need it and not just to everybody. And the master plan is also something that we could talk about, transportation offerings, class offerings, et cetera, et cetera. Some of these initiatives that are underway, like multi-tiered system of supports, dyslexia assessments, the ELD master plan, if we invest in those things early on, early childhood education, we can lower our costs later because we don't need interventions, right? So I think we need to keep that in mind. I showed this. You'll see that we've shown this over and over again. I just include it so people can read it, we can review it. But it shows you those employee benefits. I want to get to that middle piece. Our employee health plan options, like for our insurance for dental and vision, we can save 60 grand a year on that every year, but employees will get no difference in their offering. It makes a lot of good sense to get into an insurance plan that's cheaper, but the employees won't feel anything. Pension contributions are fixed by California law. It's not the employee's fault. It's not the employer's fault. It's something the state mandates from us, and we have to do that. And I feel that. Every employee in the district feels that. More and more pension costs have been passed to employees, and more pension costs continue to be passed on to the district, which is an increased cost for us. And then there are contracts that we're looking at, membership fees, software, unused technology. We've got to stop doing that. Some of these positions up here, like webmaster, the IT network specialist, certain other employees, maintenance, custodian, transportation, teacher on a special assignment. They could be things that we can no longer afford, or these people may have left and we don't fill those positions. So last time I presented this list, and most people were like, yeah, we're good with district office getting cut. You're good. And some services, people have mentioned about that. I want to point out one in particular. Well, if you go to the top three, those three positions at the top have already left. They've either left the district or they've retired, and we did not fill them. The director of categorical programs, that person left. That was $155,000 savings that the district could make by not rehiring that person. The custodial supervisor was hired in June, and then they left. We went back to the old way. My principal's in the room. I told them, you will have to supervise your custodians. The network specialist, bless him, he retired after many years in the district. We haven't rehired, so we will have to do without him. Behavior intervention coordinator, this is new on the list actually, because it got missed on the last one. but we feel like we can do that with only one instead of the two there because they are coordinating other services. District transportation being reduced, we can talk about that later a little bit, particularly with the Moonridge case. The other night as I was leaving Moonridge, the bus, the 17, was coming into Moonridge at 8 o'clock at night. And then as I drove up the coast side and past Farallon View, the Moonridge Samtrans 17 was coming out of Montara. We know that we're offering something that is a duplicated service. The county operates that service. And so I will make an argument that we need to take advantage of services we have and not pay for something that is redundant. 5 psychologists reduced to 4. Last year you had 3 psychologists. This year we have 5. We think that we could, it's too hot, too cold, just right. How many of you remember Goldilocks and the 3 Bears? Right? Too hot, too cold, just right. We think somewhere in the middle, not 3, not 5, 4 could be the right way. Custodian reduction in force. We look to let go 2 custodians. I see my friend Jose Acosta in the back, and he remembers that we've done this in the past. Hi, Jose, don't hide. And this is tough. You know, we would have classrooms that may not get as cleaned as often, but it's something that you're always looking at because it's hard to let go teachers because of class size ratio. You need to keep teachers. The kids follow the teachers, but custodians might be one we would cut. District broadcasting, it's 1 period of a high school teacher, and it's a nice to have, but not a need to have. The district webmaster contract suspended, we would stop that contract. AXA dues no longer reimbursed. That is something that principals had in the past. It's a perk. We would no longer pay that. Summer cleaning contract not continued. I see our new CBO, Jesus Contreras, is here, and it will be on him and me to figure out a new way that we can make sure our custodians can do that work instead of hiring outside. Panorama contract, that was a survey software. We think we can do that with our own Google application and not that. School Loop contract, you will see that that changed. I've heard a lot about people loving School Loop, but the truth of the matter is they're giving us really spotty customer service now because they've offshored to a European country, I think a Scandinavian country, and Infinite Campus could do that at a lower price. The other issue though is last time it was $17,000 on this list. I've shaved that down to $14,000 because I've heard from our Director of Technology that if we added $3,000 to Infinite Campus, it would have the same functionality as School Loop, so that's a savings. Charging for breakfast, I spoke about this before. To those who are free and reduced eligible, that we would pay for or subsidize, but we can't do it for everybody. If people can afford according to the national standard, we think we should do that. The district solar lease, there's an item tonight about that. I spoke about that. If we buy the bond and the bond says you can do this, the voters paid for this, it's in the bond to lower our operational costs by using the bond to save energy. We would save about $100,000 a year estimated instead of just paying like this long-term lease that doesn't save us any money. School Link service contractor cut, that position actually has gone already, and the person who was in charge of that actually just works with more interns now, so it's a cheaper, more effective way to do it, a more efficient way to do it. Lower dental vision insurance costs, I believe I spoke to that. Lower workers' comp insurance costs, I believe I spoke to that. SMCSIG, San Mateo County School Insurance Group, has gotten us into a position where we've signed on with them and they've lowered those costs. Energy costs with water conservation, LED lighting replacements, solar, etc. We are currently working with a couple different parties to figure out if we could put more solar, if we could do water conservation, and if we could replace some of our more expensive lighting with LED, because it could save us as much as $200,000 a year. That's smart business, and it follows what I call the triple bottom line. Is it good for people? Is it good for the planet? Is it good for profitability or prosperity? And we think all these things would help us environmentally, would help the coastside community, and would help lower our costs. And then facilities rental fees collected, I put that on there and forgot to put it on there because we do actually have some facilities that people are using and they haven't been charged. And I've discovered that in the last 3 months. And we need to change that because if people rent our facilities, some are paying, some are not. We need to make sure that everybody pays their fair share. And also because I've talked to the city of Half Moon Bay about maybe they want to use our facilities, and I think there should be a cost for that. I think they should pay us for that. This revised list of cuts and savings restored the HR technician position, which I think was about 75,000. And the reason why that was is because they deal with our employee benefits. They deal with our MAA or our Medicare billing, and they actually bring in $100,000. And so if we didn't have that position, we'd actually lose money. We wouldn't save money, and our employees wouldn't get the attention they get for benefits. So the cuts here for the district office are still about 1.6 million. The lion's share, the majority of the cuts are really from district services and district office. If you look at this, this has been some cause of controversy in the district because there have been some people who have questioned my ideas, and do I get this right? There it is, about this money per student. The enrollment is pretty clear. That shows you how our schools are enrolled. Half Moon Bay High School is the highest enrolled. Cunha is the next highest enrolled. Hatch is the next highest enrolled. El Granada is the next highest enrolled. Farallon View is the next highest enrolled. And then Kings Mountain and Pilarcitos are down here as the smallest schools. And if you look at this money per student salaries and wages, you'll see that that basically plays out where Pilarcitos, because they have smaller class sizes and fewer students, that's not an economy of scale, that costs more. If you see here El Granada, that costs more because we have a particular special education program there that requires more costs that are mandated. If you put those programs at any campus, it would drive those costs up for that campus. Farallon View is 7% higher than the average, and that is basically because of it's a smaller school. And Kings Mountain, I've heard, Christy, I'm looking at you right there. I know there are other people, Amber's here, Michelle, no. Is that your name though? Sorry. Nicole. And I just say this, I'm not trying to call you out, but I will give props to the folks who have pointed this out. They've had some concern about that because the PTO contributes a lot. And so this was about PTO funding, and so this was a broad stroke. So I will tell you that over the next year, now that we have a chief business officer hired on, we will look at this, and I've been talking to George Hilley, for example, a Stanford scientist who is a Kings Mountain parent. We will start looking at this over the months ahead to look a fine-grained analysis of cost per pupil with PTO funds, without PTO funds, et cetera, et cetera. This was just a broad stroke, but I think you understand this is sort of what we looked at just to see how our schools are configured.
Can we have questions?
Questions do not happen during the presentation. Questions come after the presentation, and the board and I will not be able to answer questions to the public, but you may make a statement, you can speak, but we do not have questions during the presentation. Thank you, but I'm sorry, that's kind of how we have to operate. The intermediate school and the high schools, you'll see this up here. You'll see that per student spending there is slightly higher at Cunha than Half Moon Bay High School. It's mostly an economy of scale thing again. The high school, because it has so many students, it is cheaper to run, right? It just follows. You have an economy of scale. But some of the programs are not core, they're not affordable. The middle college program is on that list because we have about 7 students. It costs us $7,000 and we don't collect the ADA on them. So the savings are considerable, $7,000 per student, it's like $50,000. And we're basically sending those students to the College of San Mateo, and we think we can, it's a nice to have, but it's too much money. We can't pay for it, we can't afford it. We have to think about the collective and the whole. We can't think about just such a small number of students for a Cadillac program. There are cost-effective alternatives. There's a need to make cuts. Software redundancies, we talked about this. And then helping fund athletics, music, arts, and other non-core programs. We've talked about this. Again, I've met with the Half Moon Bay High School athletic boosters. I've met with the Cunha athletic boosters. I've met with Alameda, my bad. We've met with Cabrillo Boys and Girls Club, and we've met with the Cabrillo Education Foundation. And the city of Half Moon Bay. We've talked about this with our partners. So this is the intermediate and high schools. This is where people are going to be here and say, wait a second, there's still things on that list that we didn't cut that we're attached to. Again, A lot of this was provided to us by a committee and from a former administration, and so we provide these. The board is going to have some wiggle room if they want to make cuts or if they want to restore these, but I want to go through these. The Cunha Dean period, I found out that the Cunha Dean currently has 3 periods as a dean. This was a proposal to cut 1. I am currently in discussion about whether or not we would have an alternative funding source. So the board could make this cut, and they could reverse this cut all the way, they could reverse this cut as we find out what the new budget is, what our multi-year projections look like. After we get through December, that cut could be reversed, and I am looking for alternative funding. Campus supervisors reduced, 1 full-time employee from each school site is up there. Summer online credit recovery program suspended. We would still offer programs to English language development and extended school year, but we would no longer offer the summer online credit recovery program where students come to several classes and take makeup on computers. I will be honest, we did that in my former district, and we found that statistically many students took their classes more seriously because they knew they couldn't make it up on the computer during the summer. It's not something we'd like to do. It's something I'd like to be able to offer, but a lot of schools have gone away from summer school because we no longer get funded by the state. The athletics program, last time I said that would be 50% cut. I did meet with the high school boosters and realized that their money goes to a lot of different things. And so I've shaved that to 25% because you have to have interscholastic sports at a high school. It's part of the deal. The Cunha after-school program, sports eliminated. This was a cut that was recommended because we have a very big after-school sports program at Cunha. 8 volleyball teams in the fall, 8 soccer teams in the winter. It's a lot. It's unlike any other district I've seen, unlike any other middle school, and most districts rely on outside agencies like the Boys and Girls Club, quite frankly, to help with after-school programs, and it's something that I would be talking with others, whether it be soccer organizations or other organizations, to see if they could help us out with that in exchange for space. The middle college program, we already talked about that. The community liaisons and attendance clerks reduced 50% or jobs combined at the high schools. Originally, this was just community liaisons. It was hard for me to stomach that because 52% of our students are Latino. Many of their families may be Hispanohablante, Spanish speaking, and may need extra help. I believe in the function of the community liaison, and so I added attendance clerks because these positions are actually quite similar. And so we could either combine the jobs, or we could reduce the attendance clerks and reduce the community liaisons. And some years ago, the community liaisons were at halftime during other cuts. And then tighter staffing. People have talked about this. Cunha, 6-period day. We need to explore it. Many middle schools have gone from a 7-period day to a 6-period day because you're able to staff more efficiently, because kids get a longer period. Math scores and science scores tend to go up because you have more instruction in science and math. It would impact a double period for English, and there's question about that, but we can present on that. And again, it's something we need to explore. It's not being decided yet. And lower enrolled classes not to be offered. I think, again, if you had a class of 10 or 15, we may not just be able to afford that. We have to look at that. What I will say is this revised list also brings back the assistant principal at Half Moon Bay High School. Having been an assistant principal at a high school, having been a principal at a high school, having worked in this business long enough to only have 1 assistant principal at Half Moon Bay High School, teachers have told me, administrators have told me, this would be very challenging. So I brought back that position. Half Moon Bay High School counselor, if you only had 2 counselors and not 3, the counselors don't have the opportunity to meet with students and advise them for college and career. That's really devastating. We took that off the list. The Cunha counselor, only having 1 counselor at Cunha, that course load would be ridiculously high. I mean, that student load would be ridiculously high. Again, would not help the people who need it. And the librarian technicians, we had a 50% reduction there. I think that job becomes near impossible for the librarian technicians to do at 50%, so I brought that back. The cut to Half Moon Bay High School athletics has been reduced from 50% to 25%. And the previous cuts of 1.2 million for intermediate and high schools is now reduced to 750,000. And I did this calculation when I was doing this on my iPhone calculator. It's about 40%. It's either 38 or 42%, I'm not sure, but it's approximately 40% less than the original proposed cuts. Current budget elementary schools, again, we need to find efficiencies. Consolidate schools is up there, I said that. Of course, I've taken that off the list now because I've said I don't want to consolidate El Granada and Fair Lawn View. And I think I heard from the board direction that to take that off the list. It would be like, I said in the past, I hope this doesn't sound impolite, but I think it would take an act of God to be able to get enough portables on one campus so that you had all those kids on one campus. I don't think it'd be good. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's viable, so we took it off. Oh, sorry about that. Again, highest student to teacher ratio at Hatch results in an economy of scale, but some of these positions are redundant or we don't need them. I talked about that. Community liaison, attendance clerk, these could be combined, and I've talked to CSEA leadership about that. There are more cost-effective alternatives. The 5th grade band piece is up there, right there. That is still on the cut list. I know our 5th grade band teacher is here, and I have a great respect for that. My son plays saxophone. I'm a musician. I think 5th grade band is very important. I would be looking at alternative funding for that. But we do need to make difficult decisions to talk about how we could take care of the majority, still make these cuts. So you'll see up there, science specialist contribution eliminated or another funding source identified. I spoke to that individual today. I am looking for another piece of funding for that. Again, even if the board made that cut, I will work for the rest of the year to try to find funding so we could restore that cut. The kindergarten enrichment, extra staffing would be eliminated. In the past, there was extra staffing so you could lengthen the kindergarten day. Only a couple schools were given it in the past. I thought it was important for us to give it to all schools, to be fair. But I think there are other alternatives we could explore there, so that's on that cut list. 5th grade music enrichment, I just talked about that. I am looking for an alternative funding for that, and I spoke to the teacher about that. I continue to look at that. You will see that not only I met with community groups, I've met with impacted employees when I can to talk to them about this when I see them. Again, community liaisons and attendance clerks reduce 50% or jobs combined. I want to preview this. If we change it so that Moonridge families no longer have, if they have the option, as they should do under our policy, to enroll at Hatch, they would still possibly have a community liaison, but we might not need one at Fair Lawn View. Does that make sense? This is a question of student need. If we don't need a community liaison because there aren't enough students that require that position, and there is somebody else on that campus that could speak Spanish, then it would make sense for us to follow that student need and try to make this cut. You'll see tighter staffing, combo classes. I was at El Granada PTO, and the El Granada PTO president said, "Sean, we already have combo classes." I said, "Yes, but this is to manage everybody's expectations so you don't come at me in September and say, 'No combo classes.'" In a district this small, in a district the size that I used to be superintendent of, which was 3 times this size, we had combo classes at every school. It is part of what we have to do. It's not what I prefer to do, but it's part of doing business. And then the closure of Kings Mountain. I want to say really clearly here, this is not something that the board wants to do. It's not something that I want to do. It's been something that's been a conversation for a long time and always been there. And Marty's in the back. We've talked about this. I've gotten so many emails. For those of you who have emailed me from Kings Mountain, thank you. I appreciate it. My heart goes out to you. And I want you to say, have heart, take heart, keep hope. We're looking at it. We're discussing it, but no decisions made tonight. And even if the decision was made for a cut in December, remember, we will look, the board will be presented reevaluation to restore cuts. But I also understand that the argument has been made, and I've heard from other people on the coast side, hey, wait a second, it may be expensive to run. So you'll see here in a minute, I'm going to provide another way to think about this. And I've met with Amber and Bob here to talk about that. So again, you'll see that tonight's recommendation takes off the consolidation of El Granada, Fairlawn View. It's unviable solution. The assistant principal position at Hatch Elementary has been taken off, and I said that because of programmatic needs and a larger enrollment of that campus. It is almost twice the size of Fairlawn View. It has immersion program. It's like 2 schools running on 1 campus. It does create a magnet sort of effect. Many people come from all over the coast side to go to that school. It requires more supervision. And the previous cuts of 950, I hope I don't shoot this laser in your eye, Ms. Hines, is 950 is now reduced to 560,000, and again, that's about 40%. I did not do this by design. I did not go through this list and talk to my colleagues and say, hey, let's whack everything and bring it 40% less on both sides. It just worked out that way. And if you were to do the math, you'd see one's 38, one's 42. Full disclosure. Now, I think this is an important point, and I told the board members that I would be making this point because we see so many people here from Kings Mountain. There is a middle ground between closure and running as it currently runs. Currently, Kings Mountain runs with 50 students and has 3 teachers. And some people in the community have told me, Sean, that does not feel fair. I've heard people email me. I've heard people say it, Sean, that does not feel fair because why do they get lower class size? It's a controversial topic. It's been a controversial topic. When I met with Amber and Bob on Monday, they showed me how the school in the past had been enrolled at 75 kids. And at 75 kids, you could see 3 teachers, that's basically standard. But when it drops to 50 kids, then those classes are like 17-1. It's lower than standard. And to some people, it doesn't feel fair. That's what I've heard. So, it's not a new topic of discussion. It's one that's been happening historically. I read the Half Moon Bay Review this week. I see both sides of it. It's my job to present both sides of it. But I want to say it doesn't need to be an either-or solution for the board going forward. We don't have to think about it as on or off, black or white. We could think about it as the operational cost of the school could be justified as comparable. I see Ms. Schmutz here, Leslie Schmutz is here. They have 1 office assistant, while many schools have numerous clerical staff. So I could see that as comparable. There's a custodian, but it's only a part-time custodian. I think it's 15% of an employee. It's smaller. Well, it's smaller because there's fewer rooms to clean. That could be comparable. But the thing that is out of whack and isn't comparable for some people, and I'm going to put this out as a broad brush, is that Kings Mountain is staffed at 17-1 and not 24-1 like the rest, right? But I also want to say that the arguments for the advocates that I heard that were poignant and impassioned, and you're here tonight again, and I've been receiving your emails, so have the board, it's been in the Half Moon Bay Review. There are advocates that say Kings Mountain needs to run because we respect the geographic community that is part of our district that is the mountain. That there are, what the demographer says, 16 students. I think Amber and Bob shared with me it's 20 students. But between 15 and 20 students live on the mountain, and that's their neighborhood school. And so there are advocates that say those people need to have access to a neighborhood school, much like everybody on the coast side, much like I believe that Moon Ridge families should have the option to attend their neighborhood school. Or that like other families that live in El Granada or Montara, if they choose to go to Hatch, that's an open enrollment school. They get a choice too. I think everybody should have a choice if we can afford it. So, if you want that mixed grade small school alternative, and I've heard so much talk about how much there is pride in the multi-grade classrooms at Kings Mountain, then I have to say radical symmetry. There's a way to split the difference and to think about this very logically. And I'm sorry if people think I'm just like putting it to a ledger, but that's what we have to do in some ways. I know it's emotional, but you could say that the board and public could consider splitting the difference. You could split the difference, keep Kings Mountain open with a requirement that it be staffed at 24-1, and that they could run a K-1-2 classroom if they love the multi-age classroom, and a 3-4-5 classroom if they love the multi-age classroom. And you would have parity of 24-to-1 district-wide staffing, more or less. Contracts is 24 plus 1, basically, as has been explained to me by union representatives. Or this could be something that the site could devise as an arrangement, and if the site figured out how they wanted to do it, it's something for the board to consider, and I'll leave them to discuss it. And Amber and Bob certainly heard me talk about it, and everybody who's read this has seen what I call a modest proposal. Here's the Moonridge concept. I spoke to Moonridge I want Moonridge families about this. This is applying the triple bottom line for coastside and CUSD benefit. I want to say that I spoke to Farallon View Parent Teachers Organization about this. I've spoken to the board about this when we did a discussion of enrollment, not last time, but the time before. I find it very weird that the assumption and the taken for granted assumption is that Moonridge families have to get on a bus and go to Farallon View. It is not true. Our policy is that we have open enrollment and that folks could take a choice. But what I hear about history is that people say that Farallon had to get on a bus, Moonridge had to get on a bus and go to Farallon View, and that there was no choice. That's against our policy. Our policy is there is a choice. So I went to the Moonridge families on Monday night and I said, look, we may have to get rid of transportation because many districts have gotten rid of transportation. And if we get rid of transportation, how many of you would choose to go to your neighborhood school, your elementary school, Hatch? The survey says, and it's 29 out of the 50 families, and we will follow up and do more survey, but 89% said they prefer to go to a school closer. Why? Because their kids are on a bus 30 to 45 minutes every day in the morning and in the afternoon, and it exhausts them. Now I'm going to apply the triple bottom line. The triple bottom line is basically when an organization looks at something through three lenses. One, is it good for the people? Two, is it good for the planet? And three, is it good for prosperity? In this case, not profits, but our bottom line. If we were to do away with a bus and stop forcing Moonridge families on a bus to go to Farallon View, we could save $65,000 in a bus driver maintenance costs. There's cost savings to us that we need to keep from laying off an employee. One. Two, there's the planet, the environmental rationale. Why are we putting diesel particulate out on the coast side along Highway 1 into the ocean that's bad for the planet, that's bad for our carbon emissions are terrible for the planet, lead to global warming, and bad for the roads? And why are we doing it when there's a bus that already runs from Moonridge to Kelly and right here in the highway, Kelly and Church, and it goes all the way to Farallon View? This is bad. We're putting twice as much diesel onto the highway. It's bad environmentally. So I think it's bad for the people because we've taken away a choice that rightfully I think is theirs. I think it's bad for the planet because it burns diesel particulate on the coast, and that's a big deal to me. It's screwing up your environment and screwing up the world for our generation that's coming and now. And then finally, the profitability or the prosperity piece there. I've talked about that. That would save us money, and it's money that we're sort of like wasting. It's a duplicated effort. So the overview list of potential cuts in information is now with the parcel tax going to 1.6 million, we can bring that list, and I brought it from 3.8 million to 2.9 million. Apologies to the board, I said I'd take $1 million off, but I've come back with only 900,000 taken off. More choice for you. The board's in a very tough spot because they'll have a lot of questions and they'll have to deliberate, and this is hard. We've talked about restoring some positions that are considered crucial to school and district operations. Some of this is still up for board discussion. We provided job descriptions in the appendix, of community relations assistants and attendance clerks, so everybody can see that those positions are pretty similar. And again, if Moonridge families are no longer attending Farallon View, and are instead attending their neighborhood elementary school at Hatch, there could be an argument that we need a community liaison at Hatch, but not at Fairlawn View. Particularly because you have an employee at Fairlawn View who's an attendance clerk who is also bilingual. We've also presented some additional data on the configuration and demographics of the elementary schools because there were concerns about equity and people wanted to know how the schools were configured. We also requested data because one of the board members asked about socioeconomic challenge, English language learners, and Latino descent. I think that's important. If we're looking at equity, and if we're making decisions based on equity, I think those considerations have to be looked at. And finally, I want to say, ultimately, this revised and abbreviated list of cuts provide us the reductions to achieve district solvency and restore us to a positive budget certification. The total cuts are now 2.9 million. I will tell you, we will get multi-year projections in December with the parcel tax, and you will see that we're still not out of the hole, and we still will be in a qualified status. We can get this district into a positive status without the county on our back, without the risk of takeover, and with money available to provide our employees with salary and benefits, which we know need to come up to keep them, to recruit and retain them. If we tighten our belt now, and if we continue to look at it, we can restore positions, reevaluate positions, and restore positions. You'll notice that I keep talking to the audience because I want you to know that I'm paying attention to you. The board's heard me do this 10 times. It's just my way. Later tonight, my neck will hurt. Okay, we all continue to struggle with increasing pension contributions. Some of my colleagues in the bargaining units have said, Sean, you can't bring that up. That makes everybody feel bad. It has nothing to do with the district. Our costs are going up because the state says we have to pay these contributions. I don't blame our employees for that. They didn't make the decision. I don't blame the district for that. We didn't make the decision. The state made this decision. I was meeting with Assembly Member Berman, with Member Hines and Member McCammon today, and we were all talking about this. The state has underfunded us. There's no blame here except for the state of California for underfunding education, so we're 41st out of the nation. We used to be in the top 10 in the 70s. Something's wrong with this picture. We're in it, but it's the state has done this to us. I will point out something to keep in mind. Legislators and economic analysts say that we're overdue for another recession. You have to be prepared for that. We have to have fiscal solvency because we have another recession. This could turn real bad and we could lose funding. We have to prioritize responsible use of funds. We have to rebuild Granada and Fairlawn View. Those schools are terrible. I was at Mid-Coast Council last week, and one of the members said, Sean, the buildings are the same as that I went to, or my kids went to 50 years ago. It's true. They're rusting into the sea. We need mold-proof, rust-proof, net zero, safe, sustainable buildings for our kids. Hatch has it. We're going to improve Hatch, but we have to improve El Granada, and we have to improve Fairlawn View. And when we do that, more people will stick in those campuses, stay in those campuses, want to come to those campuses. And we will restore the pride of the coast side. We have to make an economically and environmentally sustainable decisions so we free up monies for our general fund. We need to negotiate with our employee bargaining representatives so we can achieve additional savings so that we can keep our employees and treat them right, because it's so tough to live in the Bay Area. Housing is very tough, and we need to recruit and retain our employees. We have great teachers and great staff here, and we need to treat them right. So part of the savings also has to be, we need to keep paying people. People need cost of living adjustments. And then we have to implement civic partnerships with our athletic boosters, with the Boys and Girls Club of the Coast Side, for Cabrillo Education Foundation, and the City of Half Moon Bay. For those of you who tell us it can't be done, you watch me. You watch this board. I have every belief in my body that nothing can stop us if we work together. And we have to start thinking like a team. We have to start collaborating with our other partners so that we can continue to provide these needed services to our kids, but do it at a lower cost. And our partners, bless them, they give so much. We just need to figure out how we do this together. Finally, we will work at implementation of these board-approved cuts throughout the year. Cuts will be reevaluated for viability. And again, take a breath. Funding conditions will change. I always tell people you're going to have this whiplash moment. Gavin Newsom's going to stand up in January and say there's more money coming. And you're going to say, oh, you were lying to us. No, I gave you the information I had at the time. I gave the board the information we had at the time. This is not over until it's over, and it's never over. We will continue to look at taking care of our students, our families, and our employees going forward to take care of the coast side. And I hope that you can all take heart, have faith, have patience, and know that this process continues. That said, we have to have $2.5 million to get into a positive budget according to the county office, so we don't have takeover. That said, class sizes are not up for grabs because it would have to be negotiated, and so a majority of these budget cuts actually still protect basic classroom services. We have to look at overstaffing, nice to have, need to have. We know these budget cuts, again, will impact staff. It requires layoffs, and I feel for that. And we will work to make sure that we can provide employment counseling if we can to any employees that are laid off. The good news is we have a very low joblessness rate in the state, about 2% currently. So that's the good news. The bad news is we know that this hurts when people lose their jobs. We want to reassure families, again, we'll reevaluate and restore. And again, these cuts exceed the minimum $2.5 million, so we can have a cushion in cuts so that if some of the cuts aren't able to be realized, we can have enough as cushion, or so that we could also bring some of that money to bear so that our employees continue to get a cost of living adjustment. And then, I'm not going to go through this, but these are organizational charts. I do want to point out, like when you look at this, this is head count, it's not full-time employees. Sometimes there's a 0.2, a 20% employee. We will continue to refine these budget cuts. People have asked me, Sean, can you put the names on there? I don't think so. My director of HR would say, oh no, you cannot. And it would be too personal. But going forward, we will put this on the district website, and we may consider putting names on it once we get past this discussion. I will also say that the other appendix that you see is the school community relations assistant and clerical assistant, attendance clerk jobs. You can't read these, but if you looked at these job descriptions are not that far apart in some regards, and so that's a consideration, and a board member wanted us to bring that. They also want us to bring the responsibilities of the Cunha Dean position. Again, that is 3 periods a day, as I understand it from Mr. Barnes. The recommendation from the Finance Committee was, hey, cut it down 1. Again, I'll be looking for alternative sources of funding for that because we think that's important, particularly for English language learners. Then we had the student demographic data about all the different schools and their staffing and what their demographics by race or different subgroups like English learners, et cetera, the staffing ratios. And then we had a PTO contribution survey because people said, hey, how much are these parent-teacher organizations raising? So that was last year's model. That was last year's survey of PTO leaders about how much they raised and what the spending was per student on that. And then we had the Moonridge Neighborhood Parent Survey. Again, we had 28 students out of the 59 enrolled at Fairlawn View, almost 50%. We will follow up with Fairlawn View to survey the rest of them, but 24 out of those 28 were interested in attending another school. 1 was interested in El Granada, 2 prefer to stay at Fairlawn View, 1 does not have a car. We could look at this if people were worried about it. Going forward about accommodations that could be made in that regard. But when you do the survey here, and again, it's representative of about half, they said, would you be interested in attending a school closer to your home? 86% said yes. And then I said, if you were able to do that without transportation, which school would you choose? 89% said Hatch. I think because it's the closest to them, and they'd probably be able to get home quicker and have services here, like from the Boys and Girls Club or the library. And when I said, would you be interested in staying at Fairlawn View without transportation? They said, not interested. I get it. Do you plan on relocating for the 2019-2020 school year? I don't know why that was what it was, but that would take deeper information. And finally, that is the Samtrans route that I talked about the other night. When leaving Moonridge, I saw that bus coming in at 8 o'clock at night. And then when I drove by Montara that night, I saw that bus leaving Montara coming down to Moonridge. So there is a bus on the coast side. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, Dr. McFetrich. Okay, so now is the time for all these. So we do have a lot today. So this is our typical process, and I apologize, I should have said it earlier. So typically when we have comments related to items on the agenda, we will have staff give the presentation and then take the time to go through those comments and then go to board discussion. So I think Dr. McFetrich gave a little brief window into how that works because of state law. We can receive the comments, but we are not permitted to respond to them. So we're not trying to be rude. We just can't lawfully do that.
That said, if the board has questions tonight after hearing everything and they have more questions and information, data that we can bring back, we would try to do that at subsequent meetings, which is why that appendix looks so big, is because that was what we were trying to do from last time.
Exactly, yes. So yes, indeed, we can have conversations within that discussion section amongst ourselves, including Dr. McFetrich. So, and typically we allow 3 minutes, I think by policy, actually, we allow 3 minutes per speaker. I think there is also in our policy, I just found out, a cap of 20 minutes. There is also historically, we have typically, I think actually also in our policy, requested that when people are speaking on the same topic, if they can consolidate. All that said, clearly there are a lot of topics that are interest of two folks here tonight. So my preference would be to not constrain people from coming up to speak if they would like to speak. But given that it is quite a large stack, my recommendation would be that we limit the speaking time to 2 minutes in cases where it's a topic that is thematic, where somebody else has spoken on it already. I would recommend that, and then otherwise just leave it open to go through the whole list.
If you do want to limit the time, I think we need a board vote to limit the time, just like we would need a board vote at the curfew to extend the curfew. So is it, I guess, Madam President, it would be your call about whether or not you want to poll the board to see if they want to limit the time.
Yeah, and I think as well to exceed the 20-minute thing since it's technically part of our policy too. So, any questions or comments about that? Otherwise, we can go to vote to just make sure everyone's fine. So technically, it was just highlighted to me. We haven't really done this before, but it was highlighted that in our policy, it indicates that if there are comments exceeding 20 minutes, we cut it at 20 minutes. On one topic, on any given topic. So on any given topic, depending on how people frame it in their comments. So my recommendation would be to not restrict to 20 minutes and to just allow all the comments to come through, but to just restrict individual comments to 2 minutes if they're basically on the same topic. So comments or questions? Does that make sense? Okay. Keep them all at 3 minutes?
I also agree.
I leave at 3 minutes.
I
I don't think it's going to make a big amount of time, but.
Yeah. I just want to respect the fact that
Yeah.
people here.
Okay.
It's gonna be about 2 hours of time.
Do you have a preference?
Can I recommend that if you're here and if you could keep your comment succinct and terse and not take the whole 3 minutes,
Not a requirement.
that might be more humane for all involved.
Yes, yes.
At which point I would say, do as I say and not as I do. I'm a poor, and
All right,
no.
so we'll leave it at 3 minutes for folks as they like as an upper limit, but that, as Dr. McFetrich reminded us, it's not a requirement that you take the full 3 minutes. That's a perfect way to put it. Okay, good. So we have done our best to group based on the topics that were indicated here, and so we will get started.
And what I'll do also, because it is a crowded room, it can be somewhat time consuming to find your way to the podium when your name is called. I'll name the person that is being requested to speak first, and then I'll also give an advance to say who's the next person, so that the next person can start to make their way and be ready, maybe just stand over there. And if there are people outside that are preparing to make comments, just, if you can't hear, just ask somebody that's close to let you know what the names are, or try to make your way to come inside, and hopefully somebody will allow you to squeeze in. Okay, so we will start first with Avis Calhoun from, I don't think I need to say the organization. Avis Calhoun, please come to the podium. And preparing next, see, now I'll buy you some time while you make your way. Lizette Solis, up next after Ms. Calhoun.
Good evening, board. I will be very succinct, okay? I'm here to support the funding of the community liaison positions in the district. I feel that they help provide very high-quality communication to between 1/3 and 1/2 of the families at our schools. As we know, we have a significant amount of families that do not speak English. They provide very high-quality communication with these families. It's really important. They help maintain healthy relationships with all families, not just one demographic, but with all. They do on-the-spot translations for us on phone calls. They translate very quickly correspondence that needs to go out within the day. This position is indispensable, and I support maintaining the funding for it. Thank you.
We'll call up Lizette Solis. Lizette Solis is next, and then get ready if your name is Ramon Macias.
Okay, so good evening, board members. My name is Lizette Solis, and I represent the school district Latino community. I would like to talk to you today about some of the facts, strengths, and challenges that the Latino community, specifically our children, are facing from some of the adverse decisions that the school district has been making from past years until today. According to our superintendent, more than 51% of the student population at CUSD are Latinos, and we need services and resources that accommodate the needs of our students. Up until now, one of the positions in each school has been that of a Latino community liaison. Community liaisons are essential to the development of high-quality school programs because of their high qualifications and cultural sensitivity. Community liaisons create a bridge between teachers and parents, interpreting and translating for them. At the schools, only a few employees are bilingual, and they do not always have the cultural competency and knowledge that the community liaisons have been trained in. It has been so hard for us to understand why the school district wants to eliminate these positions when they are the connection and the only way that parents who are monolingual have to be involved in the children's educational growth. If one of the goals of LCAP is to involve the parents and the community, encouraging them to participate in a more interactive way, we ask, how are you going to accomplish this goal when there are no liaisons involved to do this? Because they have been working together for a long time, community liaisons know the families and their needs. How are you going to build that trust that these liaisons have created with time and dedication? How will you maintain parent involvement? We want to understand why you are cutting positions that are a key element to the success of our children. Children that are affected the most and in the most vulnerable families of the district. We ask, how are you going to resolve this issue?
We are Latinos, and we are going to fight for our rights and for our children so they can have a better education. They are the future of this society, fortaleciendo nuestros hijos. And I personally just want to share, also support and advocate for community liaisons. Although we've opted for our child to attend private school, our biggest hope and vision was for him to come back to the school system, public school system. I'm very much rooted in the community. I went to Hatch, Cunha, and the Half and Bay High School. And if it wasn't for the community liaisons, the school counselors, the amazing mentors and teachers, the sports, I wouldn't hold a master's degree now. And I have been honored to work with Norma, with Lizette, with a lot, Yalira Huerta, when was here, worked through the BHRS system, Puente, Golden Gate Regional Center, and Alas. And it's an honor to help hundreds of families that sometimes even just come to my house and are desperate for help with IEP documents, meetings, and how to advocate for the children. And these community liaisons are very, very essential for our children, and especially our families, Spanish-speaking families in this community. Thank you.
Ramon Macias, and then next up, Erica Crime. And I'm also reminded that Rosie did a very nice thing and put a timer up there to make it easy for you.
I'll do my best.
That wasn't specific to you.
Okay. Dear Superintendent McFetrich and board members, let's take a vote. If someone were to come up to you and say you have to give up a part of your body, which part will you give up? Will you give up your eyes, your legs, your ears, or all your connective tissue? Probably you could easily survive without certain body parts, but if the connective tissue in the body is gone, so is life. Let's talk about the last one, the connective tissue. When was the last time you thought about the connective tissue in your body? If you haven't thought about it for the last day, year, or decade, you're not alone. No one goes around on a daily basis being thankful for or thinking about the quiet but essential part of you for doing its job in keeping every system of our body connected and functioning, especially keeping you alive. Now, as we look at CUSD, we can all agree that just like it's essential for our bodies to have connective tissue keeping us alive, it is also essential for the Spanish-speaking children and families who make up 52% of the total families in our district to have a system in place that keeps them connected to the people, services, and resources they need to live and thrive under our watch. 52% of the CUSD parents depend on 5 powerhouse, multitasking, highly capable school community liaisons on a full-time, daily basis to help them navigate the U.S. school system successfully. They are their connective tissue. Every day, they come to work and do their job behind the scenes to connect these Spanish-speaking families to the people and resources they need. On any given day, they collectively write around 16 emails, hold 50 face-to-face meetings, make 200 phone calls, and additionally meet informally with mental health professionals, emergency care services, teachers, counselors, community members, and other agencies supporting our Spanish-speaking families. They've been at hundreds of meetings bringing the language gap between Spanish-speaking families and principals, teachers, counselors, mental health professionals, yard duty staff, kitchen personnel, school secretaries, emergency services, and other office clerks. They've been there for emergencies, for example, the threats that we had in the past. When that happened, they immediately send the affected family Spanish messages with updates and answer the flood of phone calls that came their way. They comforted word parents and gave them the clear updates and instructions on how to pick up their children from school. And the list goes on. It would take a long while to write every way in which they made a difference in the lives of families on the coast. Now, as you do the very important task of adjusting budget, my hope is that you keep these essential full-time liaison positions in place so that you don't leave 52% of our CUSD families without their connective tissue. As we can all agree that a healthy, well-connected body is better set up to live and thrive, and we hope you keep the connection alive and well for our CUSD families. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Erica Crine and I teach
Oh, I'm sorry,
Jesus.
1 second,
Oh,
just,
sorry.
sorry.
I thought you said my name.
No, I was just gonna ask you to pause just 1 second so I can ask Mr. Lugo to be prepared to be up next, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's
I
okay.
assume you're Erica.
Oh, I am,
Okay.
and I hate public speaking. So I'm like, and
Be
go.
very good.
Okay. My name is Erica Krein, and I teach kindergarten at El Granada Elementary, and I've been an educator for 20 years. I'm here tonight because, not because I suddenly love public speaking, I really don't, but I'm here to speak about the importance of the full-day community liaisons at our schools. Sorry. I understand that we're in a severe budget crisis, and no one wants to see a position, service, or person cut or removed. I'm here to voice my support and advocate to retain these positions full-time at our school. At a recent in-service, a district in-service, there's a graphic shown describing equality and equity. And I brought a terribly drawn version of this. And what it says is that equality is everyone has equal treatment and benefits from the same, from given the same support. So as you can see here, they're not all receiving a view. This is supposed to be a fence of the field because they're all given the same supports. Equity means that they're given the supports that they need and not the supports that everybody has. So you're given the supports that you need and you deserve. To me, if we endeavor to be more equitable, we would keep our full-time community liaisons providing support, services, and a safe place for our students and families. I'll speak to my personal experience as a teacher with my community liaison. My community liaison translates newsletter, field trip forms, informational notes home. She's translated back to school packets, welcome to kindergarten information, and countless other documents. She provides continuity by translating at my conferences, providing a friendly and familiar face at what could seem like an intimidating time to first-time parents, especially in kindergarten. School's scary when you don't know for any kindergarten parent. She's also translated and co-assessed the Kinderbrigance with me for our students who know more than one language. She's available at our kinder teams back to school night. She was at the DLAC, does the DLAC and the ELAC committee. She helps families and parents navigate pickups, all the aforementioned forms, slips, paperwork. She's helped families understand documents, survey questions, reclassification, and other paperwork. She quietly does these things to provide parents a safe place where they can ask anything. Schools can be intimidating for our families, especially if the context, language, and culture is unfamiliar. She organizes announcements, robocalls, and attends countless El Granada events and meetings. When she was here halftime, I would rarely see her. She wasn't here before school, and for pickup. If I had a parent that I wanted to chat with about something big or small, I'd have to wait for the next day at my recess break and hope that I could call them then. This is not the same experience as a face-to-face conversation with that parent. Having equity means that just like everyone else, if you aren't sure about the fund run or something like that, you can get your questions answered. If you need help, we're here for you as a team. We should be a safe place to provide support, assistance, kindness, and community to all of our students. Looking back at the chart, they've now had an updated version that includes justice. The justice portion is that all of the people are able to see the game because the systemic reasons for the inequity have been removed. This is a wonderful goal, and I aspire that we will be able to get there, but hopefully one day we'll be able to not only have the children watch the game, but be able to play on the field. Please keep our community liaisons intact as full-day employees to support all of our students.
Tim Lugo, please come up to the podium and get ready if your name is Frederick Garnier.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues of the board and Dr. McFetheridge, excuse me. As you know, if you don't know, my name is Tim Lugo. I am a teacher at Cunha Intermediate, but I'm also the school's athletic director. I've served in this position for almost 10 years. And during my tenure, I've also served as head coach for various sports and grade levels. Tonight, however, I come to you not only wearing the hat of AD, but also as a hat of a parent of a daughter who goes to Cunha as well. CUNY Athletics has been a part of this community for years. It is a very proud program, which started in its infancy with just a handful of teams. Today, we are able to offer the students a variety of sports at different grade levels and skill levels. Currently, yes, we are able to fill 27 teams, and it does equate to around 400 student athletes. And as Dr. McFetheridge pointed out earlier, that is a lot, but I'll be honest, and I look at my community members, I think that's what we pride ourselves on as CUNY Athletics, is to give our student athletes opportunity to play in after-school sports. Our various skill level based teams make it possible to not only provide a more competitive experience, but to also provide fundamental instruction to those who are trying out sports for their very first time. As it stands, based on your recommendations, yes, you want to fully eliminate funding for this program. There is no conversation of partial cuts, only to fully take CUNY Athletics off your bottom line. I respectfully understand the delicate position you're in, having to make difficult decisions. But this program deserves to continue to be funded, or at the very least be held to similar standards, even at the high school are being held to. With the high school sports only getting a 25% reduction, and CUNY getting a full reduction, I ask you where the equity in these cuts. We have similar team and participation rates as the high school, and the district should take this into account when making their final decision. CUNY Athletics is a grassroots organization providing skill and an opportunity to student athletes as they venture onto the high school and beyond. The majority of our high school student athletes have participated in CUNY Athletics. See some in the crowd here. Very nice. Their work ethic on the field and or on the court is due to the instruction and guidance from participating in CUNY Athletics. This is the only middle school program that serves the coast side. Our current program structure puts focus on athletics and academics. The discipline of after-school sports translates for many of our youth to increased desire to do well in the classroom. Our dual-purpose goal of success on the field of play and in the classroom can only serve as a benefit to the well-being of our youth. Early in this meeting, I hear words of Cadillac program and being a program that is successful, and that's true. But when you hear the term Cadillac, we also think of tradition, being an established product, and success. We are a proud program rich in tradition and pedigree. We have won numerous championships at both the A and B level. This program needs to continue for the future student athletes that will take part in our program. Please consider the 100% reduction in our program. We are not just a bottom line number. Thank you.
Frederick Garnier, and next up, Kyla Sutro.
Good evening, board members. My name is Frederick Garnier. I'm a parent of two students, one in Hatch in Miss Arkell class and the other one in the high school. I work for HP Hewlett-Packard in Palo Alto. We just deployed solar panels, 3,372 panels that represent the equivalent of 2,300 megawatts, and also providing electricity for 263 homes for the year. You talk about sustainability. This is what is, leading us in this project. We decided, of just talking about sustainability, it's also offsetting the release of 1,700 of CO2 in the atmosphere. So it's a no-brainer that solar is the right way to go. We decided to not purchase the solar panel, but instead to lease them. And the reason for that is, number one, the technology is evolving. Every 10 years or so, the panels are totally, the technology evolves so much that, the production of the panel is not as good as it was 10 years before, and you have even more efficient panels coming up. So it's one reason. Another reason is also the maintenance. Depending on the technology you are taking, you have the inverter that is either on the panel or outside the panel. But no matter what, the maintenance cost, the weather is getting worse and worse. You might have some damages on the panels, and that costs money. What I'm trying to say here By not purchasing the panel and leasing them instead, you may save upfront money that can be used to do something else. That's it.
Kyla Sutro, and then next up is Robin Soot.
Hello, thank you so much, and thank you very much for being part of this. My name is Kyla Sutro. I'm born on the base of the hill of Kings Mountain, and my sisters and I are alumnus from there. I'd like to read to you. This beautiful technology was around when I was there. This is from 1993. It's called A Magic Box for John. Excuse me, this is very scary. Pretty people. A Magic Box for John by Barbara. October 1993. I dedicated this book to Reading Club. One happy afternoon, Kenzie and Angela were going to the store. They wanted to buy a magic box and give it to John as a surprise. As they walked down the street, they met Danny and James. James said to Danny, "Run! Girls are cooties!" James and Danny ran fast. Kenzie yelled at them, "We don't think you're very funny." James and Danny ran so fast they fell down. It made Kenzie and Angela feel very bad when they saw James and Danny were hurt. They ran to help them. James said, We were not nice to you, but you were nice to us. You came to help us when we fell down." "Yes," said Danny. "I want to be your friend because you came fast to help us when we fell down." "Okay," said Angela. "Do you want to go with us to McDonald's and have lunch with us? Then go buy a magic box for Jonathan?" "That will be fun," said James. Danny said to James, "I'm happy when I'm being nice. I want to be nice all the time because it makes me feel good." "Me too," said James. "Being nice is better than being mean." The four children went to the store that had a magic box for John. "What should the magic box do that we get for John?" said Angela. "I want a box that will clean up John's mess after we do art," said James. "That will make John happy." "I think the box should tell John all the answers when Jane asks him a question." "That will make John happy," said Danny. "I want to make a magic box that will do all of John's homework for him," said Angela. "That will make John happy. I think we should get John a box that will help him be responsible and focused. Then he will not be so sad or a mad boy. He will be a happy lad because he will be successful," said Kenzie. "Yes," said Angela. "John's little magic box will help him be responsible, focused, so he can be successful. That is what will make him happy." They got a little magic box for John. Angela came. Angela, James, Kenzie, and Danny were very happy because it felt good to be nice. They gave the magic box to John. He was very happy and very surprised. From that day on, John was a responsible, focused worker. He was successful at school. When children had trouble being responsible and focused, John put his magic box down by them, and soon they were also successful. Angela, James, John, and Kenzie were happy at school because everyone there was responsible, focused, successful, and nice. I'd like to yield the remaining 6 seconds of my time to Robin. Thank you.
And then up next is Miley Springer.
Miley.
Sorry, Miley. And I didn't have my microphone. So Miley Springer next. And sorry.
I have to thank Kyla. I haven't seen her in years, but we've been friends quite a long time. That story was written by Miss Barbie Hutton and the students of the Kings Mountain Elementary Book Club. All of the characters in it are real. John is now my husband. This was not saved by my husband or his mother. It was given to me my second year working at Kings Mountain by Miss Barbie herself. She had saved it for over 25 years. I share this because it exemplifies the culture of kindness that is and has always been a core value of Kings Mountain. This was the product of a class coming together to support a child who was struggling in many ways, at home, academically, socially. I had been at El Granada Elementary for 7 years before considering taking a second job at Kings Mountain. I heard the same thing as you, Dr. McFetridge. Get ready for that whole Kings Mountain thing. Even a couple of disdainful remarks such as those parents up there are something else. What I didn't understand at the time, and what I think many of you are coming to understand, is that this community, this school, is a family.
through thick and thin, they are family. Like you say, KMEMS has always been on the chopping block. So think about what that means for the community. The entire mountain has been fighting for that school for over 70 years, even for its very creation. There are multiple generations who advocate and organize to ensure the school remains an asset to Cabrillo Unified, to ensure that our doors and our hearts are open, even to those who don't know we exist. Not many of those left anymore. When someone brings a child to Kings Mountain, they become a part of our family, and the whole community roots for them, fights for them, for every child, every day of the year. Winter, summer, no power, art fair, all of it. The school is the beating heart of the mountain. It connects the households with and without children, regardless of postal zip code, with reaching and intertwined branching veins from Montero to San Gregorio, Woodside to El Granada, and countless hidden streets along highways 85, 84, and 35. When speaking to equity, I hear a not-so-silent accusation of privilege, entitlement, and elitism. I don't know how elite we are, but in many ways, we are an odd assembly and a motley crew. Plumbers, psychologists, painters, construction workers, hunters, vegans, you name it, we got it. It is that Kings Mountain children are entitled to my personal best every single day. And it is the Kings Mountain community's privilege to serve the students of Cabrillo Unified as long as you will allow.
Yes, on behalf of Miley.
And then Amber Stevie up next.
Board of Trustees, Superintendent McFetridge, at the November 7th board meeting and at the information night held at El Granada Elementary on November 12th, it was said that while Pilarcitos High School is expensive to run, it is a necessity as a large traditional high school does not serve all students. Reasons for that are many, but do not start magically in 9th grade. Because of that, it is a logical assumption that there are just as many students who require a non-traditional elementary school environment. Kings Mountain Elementary serves as an alternative school for the many children for whom the large traditional elementary schools were not a good fit. I believe that Cabrillo Unified needs to continue to have an alternative school for all students. I would argue that rather than closing Kings Mountain, it should be expanded to serve students K through 8 in an alternative setting. I have worked at Kings Mountain since 2007. That's Miley. I'm since 2002. I have seen the children who have not been successful at the traditional elementary schools come to our school and thrive. I have watched them go to graduate high school into careers and colleges. These students credit Kings Mountain as a school that helped them see themselves as successful learners. I am not suggesting that a larger traditional elementary schools are bad for students, nor am I suggesting that alternative programs be created at those schools. Cabrillo Unified already has an alternative elementary school in Kings Mountain, and I ask you to commit to every student every day. Sincerely, Miley. From myself that I wanted to thank CEF. We just received a grant for an all-school beach cleanup that's going to happen on December 9th. And we're just so proud that we can help the environment locally, and we want to teach the other sites about it. And we have tomorrow our Exhibition Expo, our first one, featuring our project-based learning. We've invited the board and all of the district office and to our Stone Soup celebration as well. So thank you.
So Amber and then Marina. I'll do my best to keep this to 3 minutes. You guys know who I am. I'm Amber Sharia, PTO president of Kings Mountain Elementary School.
I'm going to start by saying with regards to Sean's new middle ground option for maintaining the school site, I want to express clearly that we understand the need for staffing to ratio, and we are absolutely willing to accept that necessary adjustment. In fact, this is a direct quote that went out via email to our school Google group last night. We totally agree with and believe it's completely fair. In this situation, there is inequity. We had comparable ratios to other elementary schools when our enrollment was higher. While the district cuts teachers to reach maximum ratios to reduce costs elsewhere, it's only fair that that same rule and ratios be applied to KMES. At the last board meeting, we listened to comments made by board members and heard a desire for more information regarding Kings Mountain School and some of the peripheral data that should be considered while deciding to potentially close the school site. We have compiled some of that data and have hard copies of the information for all of you, which Rosie can distribute afterwards. We also have a history book about Kings Mountain, and it's marked to the page about the school. Included in our data packet is information pertaining to historical voting patterns going back 10 years, which is all that's currently available at the county level. It indicated that the 3 voting precincts within the KMES attendance area voted yes in support of school measures at higher rates than any other precincts within the CUSD boundary lines. This was consistent and without exception for the last 10 years. We also heard concerns about accessibility at the last school board meeting, and we agree that transportation to the mountain from the coast is challenging. A lot of us live it every day. Currently, our coast families have extensive networks of carpooling to help with challenges. For the last 2 years, we have spent time as a PTO exploring options for expanding accessibility to the school site. These include benchmarking shuttle pricing to potentially operate a subsidized shuttle, seeking grant options that could open up accessibility, and discussing with our largest financial contributors the possibility of pursuing transportation solutions in order to increase coastal access to the school site. It's very difficult to pursue any viable options or even try and program a pilot if year after year we do not know if our school site will exist. With regard to loss of enrollment upon school site closure, we all agree there will be loss if a school site is closed. It's just a question of how much. We ran a survey early October amongst currently enrolled families that indicated that CSD stands to lose 30 children from the district completely if KMES closes. That equals a loss of $300,000. Even if you reduce that number in half, if you lost 15 to 17 children, you would negate your $162,000 worth of savings. It should also be noted that Kings Mountain and Pillarcitos High School have both had principal positions eliminated for this school year. This results in a cost savings of approximately $80,000 annually attached to Kings Mountain, and it should be recognized as such. The school itself has been in existence since 1949, has been a part of CUSD since the beginning. I would ask that in addition to financial data, you truly take into consideration the implications of removing the only public school option from a rural community that this school district is responsible for serving. I urge you to consider the middle ground and partner with us to realize cost savings for CUSD while maintaining this school site. I know I've gone over, but I would like to say I appreciate the acknowledgement that there are emotions attached to this. I have tried to conduct myself professionally through all of this in the many hats that I might wear in the community, but it is an extremely stressful situation for parents not to know if their child's school site will exist come fall of next year. I cannot express how stressful it is. My 9-year-old daughter said before I left the house tonight that she is going to call a very important meeting during snack recess tomorrow so that she and her friends can talk about what they can do to save their school site. Please consider the middle ground and work with us to maintain maintain this school site and still realize cost savings for the school district.
All right, Marina, and then next up, Christy Walker.
I'm Marina Storia. Yes, I'm related to her. I also heard that comment that was made by her 9-year-old. So, excuse me if I am emotional. I have a couple comments about the presentation. There's another version. There's a question about the per pupil cost, because in the little asterisk in the fine print it says it includes external funds. And I'm glad that the Moonridge parents have the choice of going to their home school of Hatch. But my comment about the transportation is, and it was the same for the Pilarcitos, which is why it's in the school district place rather than El Granada, parents cannot afford the fares. They just cannot afford the fares. That's just a comment. But I'm here because, once again, Kings Mountain School is under consideration for closing. Why? To save money. Past boards have not closed the school. Why? Because of the school's performance and the role in the district, and to save money. As a past board member, closing the school was not an option for me. Literacy as a tool for learning was my focus, both for English language learners, and believe me, I am not a native English speaker. And if there were people from south of Half Moon Bay, there's a lot of Latino agricultural workers there who could come to that school and be immersed in that environment. They would speak English very quickly and be literate. But it's also for struggling students. This school is special, struggling students. Early intervention keeps struggling students out of special education and save high costs to the district. Later interventions do little to help these students and so will struggle throughout their school career. When you visit Kings Mountain during regular class time, you will see why this school is one of the best in the county. It's because of the ability of the teachers to use best practices. They have a deep knowledge of their students' learning style. The teachers have them for 2 years. There's a fluidity through the different levels of understanding. There's a continuity and stability for the students. The teachers are able to collaborate across grade levels. They do not teach in isolation. They have strong parent involvement, so they know their students' families. The culture or environment is one of the support and acceptance, no matter what the student's background. The excellence and open choice to this school is one of the reasons past most members chose to keep the school open. The other reason, money. We recognize that that there will be a possible increase for extra student support. You know that special education is very costly. So you have options, and I'm glad that there's another option for the school to stay open. Close the school and save a small percentage of your CSD actual revenue at an unknown cost for the future. Keep the school open, make cuts across the district as you have suggested. Office, teachers, classified, maintenance, and let each entity and school decide how to deal with the cuts. My recommendation to you, as someone who has made difficult budget decisions, keep Kings Mountain open, because it's hard to believe it will actually save money and keep our community's trust and confidence in the school.
Thanks, Marina. So Christy Walker up next, and then Cindy Phillips.
I'm Christy Walker. I am a parent at Kings Mountain Elementary and serve on the site council there as president, and I'm also on the KMAP or PTO board. And I want to start first by saying that I feel strongly that all 4 of our elementary schools are vital parts of the school district and our local community. And that the idea of right-sizing the district to fit some model that's designed for less rural areas such as Alameda and other areas that have much more larger populations is not the right choice for the coastside community. Our 4 elementary schools all have unique characteristics and identities and are an important gathering place for families, staff, and community. At Kings Mountain, we have a excuse me, we have a very involved community, and the school is a hub of activities for families, staff, and locals. The Kings Mountain community is a huge supporter, particularly in terms of the fundraising that we are able to do. The Kings Mountain Art Fair is held every year on Labor Day weekend. Perhaps some of you have attended. It is a marvelous community event run completely by volunteers. The Art Fair Board uses the money raised by the event to fund grants for local nonprofits. Our PTO has applied for and received grants, usually in the range of $25,000 to $35,000 for the last several years. Additionally, our students, staff, parents, and community members make and sell cookies at the fair, and that generates around $20,000 each year for us. This means that of the $80,000 that's raised by the PTO, roughly $50,000 comes from this one mountain event. That is an incredible contribution from the mountain to our little school, and is essential to our little school. The remaining funds come from more traditional fundraising, voluntary tuition, fund run, auction, and raffle, much like the other schools in the district use to raise money. And they provide things that are similar to what the other elementary PTOs provide their schools: science, music, art, field trips, and so forth. And of course, each school decides how those monies are best spent for their site in combination with staff and parents. One of the things we value at Kings Mountain is empathy and kindness, accepting every student where they are and helping them to be their best selves. I think this is what we aim for at all of our CUSD schools. Kings Mountain is an inclusive and welcoming school, and we are a community of people from many different backgrounds and cultures. We have had great success in the past of helping English language learners gain skills and confidence in their second language and become reclassified prior to graduating from Kings Mountain. We welcome English language learners at our school and have had much success with that. For the last few years, KMAP, or the PTO, has been discussing how we might make the school more accessible to more families along the coast. And you heard Amber speak to this a little bit. We know there are families who might consider Kings Mountain, but find the logistical challenges of getting their children to and from school too difficult to make it work. We are currently working with other organizations and would like to work with you all as well to figure out ways to make this happen. Shuttle, would also help not just getting kids to Kings Mountain, but to get middle schoolers and high school students down to the coast, to school, and help other members of the mountain community, coastside, the seniors and others, go back and forth without necessarily needing to have a vehicle that they are driving. And we're hearing from many families that they're interested in what Kings Mountain has to offer. Just in the last couple days after the recent Half Moon Bay Review article, we heard from several families that are interested in coming up to the school. The main things that they're asking about are transportation and access to the school site. That's one of the big factors. And of course, they also want to know if the school site will be open next year. It is very hard to recruit new families to make this leap if we don't know if the school's going to be open. And that's been an issue for the last several years. You've heard from many people and will continue to hear about how special Kings Mountain School is. Don't close the school. Let's work together to find a way for more CUSD students to benefit from what it has to offer. Thank you very much for your time.
Cindy Phelps, and then next up will be Emily Phelps.
Hello.
Actually, there's nothing more I can say that everyone else hasn't said. There's so many special things about Kings Mountain. And it's through tradition that it has lasted as long as it has, and decades of volunteers from the community and parents have kept it all going. Through volunteering, through participating, we have so many members of the community that don't have children that put together the music program, that help with science. That's something really special about the community. And through the participation, we also have fundraisers, and especially, like everyone has been saying, the art fair, which is there to support what is important to the community. And so because of their support, our little school can be the best it can be, not just for us, but for all of Cabrillo. And they're all welcome. It is getting them there, which a lot of parents do make concessions to get their children there. And because that's why our school is so special. We have the art fair that contributes to it and the community support, and that's why it's something that cannot be replaced if you try and move it to a different location, which I've heard before. Let's move it down so everyone can get there, but that's wouldn't be Kings Mountain School then. Kings Mountain School is a place that many of us are very passionate about. As a parent, loving what it did for our kids. As a resident, being proud of having the small 3-time award-winning school in our community. And I fall into both of those categories, but I've been lucky enough to also experience seeing these kids grow and give back to the community by volunteering. As an Art Fair Cook Shack volunteer coordinator for the last 25 years. Each year, my part alone needs close to 300 plus volunteers. And this is why. At first, I thought it would be an overwhelming job with such a small community, but it's been nothing but rewarding. Seeing the smallest of future Kings Mountain students coming with their parents or grandparents to former alum in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, along with the community members, they continue to come back each year to volunteer. They give back to the school and the community that has played a huge role in helping form the productive, responsible individuals that they've become. And what's important to know is it's not just these Kings Mountain kids that return, but it's the Coast Guard kids that have also attended Kings Mountain that continue to return to give back. And they've all learned through experience and example the importance of volunteering for a cause. And so when planning for the worst, which we've heard you say a number of times, I hope you can see the benefits and values that aren't just in the numbers that represent. Thank you.
Emily Phelps, and then next up will be Marty Phelps.
That's the mountain.
Yes, you have the whole Phelps family. My name is Emily Phelps Dellinger. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. Truthfully, I've tried to rewrite this like 3 times since being here because a lot of the statements are about how great Kings Mountain is, and it truly is. But I currently work at KMES. I run the after-school program, but I also grew up on Kings Mountain. I attended Cunha and high school. Kings Mountain's always been my home, and that has always also meant the coast side. 5 years ago, my husband and I moved back to Kings Mountain because we want to be raising a family in a place where everybody values their neighbors so much. We hope to send our future children to Kings Mountain. This is where I'm going to go off because Kings Mountain really is a special school, and I went there. And when I was 7, I was diagnosed with diabetes. And I think in many circumstances that would have made a child feel different than everybody else, which a lot of the time it did. But I got to be part of such a nurturing environment that gave me the confidence to grow up and work with children, doing things that people don't even necessarily expect a type 1 diabetic to be doing. I get to lead kids on backpacking trips and surfing adventures. And I credit all of that to building my confidence at Kings Mountain and the staff and the people that take so much time to really help you find yourself. And so that's what I have to say about my personal experience there. And that has not changed. I see that in the students and the staff there every day. I know there's a lot of things that could be said about the school and different points to be made. My dad will be reading a community letter next, and that has almost 450 signatures on it. But what you won't get to hear from that letter is all of the comments that were made with every one of those signatures about how important that school is to everybody else that has signed it, to them personally or to them as a part of the community. To me, the biggest disservice that you would be doing is one to an entire mountain and to our children. With such minimal financial gain to be made and such devastating repercussions you place on so many people. You're considering tearing away the only place that some children have as an option for school and the main centerpiece of a small, tight-knit community. Everybody's spoken about how much it's like a family, but one of the Half Moon Bay reporters asked me earlier last week how the kids at our school have responded to the possible closure of Kings Mountain. And I can't speak for the parents, but I personally can't even imagine telling them because to me, the school is like a family, and that would sound like somebody's telling them they're going to rip their family away from them. So I don't downplay the terrible position that you're in, and I can't imagine having to make so many cuts. But from Kings Mountain, a small part of our larger Coastside family, please allow us to work with you. Don't just take our school away. I've spoken with the leaders of the Kings Mountain community, as you've heard before, and they're willing to work together to make KMES more accessible. So all I can ask is that you keep in mind the fact that the children whose lives your decisions impact today will be the community members and the leaders of tomorrow. Please choose to set an example of creating an environment that all children and people can thrive in. Kings Mountain Elementary gives us that. Thank you.
Marty Phelps, and then Victor Peter.
Distinguished board, Dr. McFetridge, thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you guys. Emily did ask me to read this letter. I may or may not because of time. I just want to address a couple things real quick. First of all, thank you so much for the support that you expressed at the last meeting. That really helped ease us a little bit. I'm like so stressed out. I'm not even kidding. I'm known to be a very relaxed person, and it's been a rough week with very little sleep. And to the rest of your board, thank you so much for, I can't even imagine the position that you guys are in with having to make these kinds of decisions, and that I thank you. And Dr. McFetridge, you are amazing. I have to say I was very skeptical when I first met you, but I see the effort that you're putting into this, how you're reaching out to the community, and how you explain everything. Thank you again. I don't know how you do it, but it's amazing. I really, really like your middle ground idea. And like I said, I was planning on reading this. I really want to stress to you guys, I'm a Kings Mountain parent, but I'm a CUSD parent to the core. I've been volunteering here on the coast with the kids, the families, advocating for over 20 years. And I still do. My kids have been out of school for, I think, 10 years. And I will never, never give up on this district, the kids, the families, and each and every one of these schools. And for that reason, I really, really think that if you guys choose to close the school instead of go for the middle ground, that is just going to hurt us so bad. I was around when Measure K passed to build the school, K for Kids, and that school didn't get built. It took years and years and years to ever pass another tax measure. I was on the Parent Advisory Council when we tried 5 times in a row to get a tax measure through. So to save $162, which could potentially cost us $1.6 million in not passing another bond or another parcel tax, that would just be devastating. And that, again, not from a Kings Mountain parent, but from a CUSD parent, I think that would be a major shot right in the foot. So, Liz, you had expressed about accessibility that I think you said your daughter was really interested in Kings Mountain. As you heard from several of our community members, I was actually in a meeting with some of our leaders, and that's a big topic right now, and how can we make it more accessible? And Mary Beth, you had talked about, could we move the Kings Mountain experience down to the coast? You know, I think it could be duplicated. It'd take a lot of effort. I'm sorry, I already used, just want to state one thing. With Kings Mountain Art Fair, you've heard that we have over 400 volunteers. That's a community of 1,000 people plus maybe 50 people from the coast. That's over 1/3 of our population comes out to volunteer. That would be like Half Moon Bay of 17,000 having 5,000 or 6,000 people come and dedicate one weekend to make your schools better. We could do it. I think we could really do it. So anyways, I'm going to pass this. This is the letter. Please read it. There's over 40 pages of signatures. There's a bunch of letters from alumni and other, what other things are there? Yes, coffee. Thank you.
Marty. Okay, so next up, Victor Cater, and then after that will be Henry Robb.
So my name is Victor Ketter. We recently just bought a house up on the mountain in July. One of the things that made us move there, we came from Pacifica, was we were looking for a better school for my daughter. That was the thing that led us to buying the house. My daughter's actually thriving really well. She was having a hard time reading where she was, and she hated going to school. And now she wants to go to school every morning. I'm Jewish, and Jewish New Year's, we usually go to synagogue. Well, she didn't want to go to synagogue, she wanted to go to school. So, for a child not to want, that wanted to go to school, most of the time you want to get out of school. Like, I don't want to go, you know? People out there are unbelievable. This was the first art fair we went to. My wife and daughter actually helped out. It's different up there. To take the school away, to make the kids go somewhere else, I think it's a big mistake. Most of the parents are not going to probably go down there. You're going to end up losing them. So I beg you guys to leave the school there. I mean, the community up there is willing to help, and I haven't seen drives like that where people donate money and raise money and stuff like that. I don't see that anymore, and I don't think you've seen that in your past school district you worked in. So that is something to be said. Thank you.
Henry Robb, and then Maria Polanchik. Oh, no, Henry? Going once, going twice? All right, Maria.
Can I let Taj go?
Sure.
Before me.
That sounds good. I'll bring him up. All right, Taj.
He has homework still.
I didn't make the connection that yeah. Okay, next time, and I'll just say in general, if you have kids speaking, we will try to prioritize them as well. So in the future, if you do, just let Rosie know that this is a child, and we can try to make that up front. So thanks, Taj, for being here. So we'll put Taj and then Maria.
All right. Hello, school board. I'm Taj, and I'm going to speak from this perspective of a student who went to Kings Mountain and is now in high school. I'm going to start off with the fact that going to Kings Mountain was just such an amazing, great experience for me, and when I look back on it, I really felt that my 4th and 5th grade classes especially were almost like a second family, as people have said before. I loved the feeling that everyone knew each other, and that we were all like such good friends together. A feeling that I feel like I don't think that I would have, or I hadn't gotten at bigger elementary schools. By the time that I went to Kings Mountain in 4th grade, it was the 4th elementary school that I had been to. I think that it was really amazing how easily and quickly I had been accepted into the school by my fellow classmates. And it was amazing how little I was judged, or anyone else at the school was judged, on the things that they liked or the games that they played or stuff like that. Another thing that was important to me was the general vibe of the school. Whenever I think about my days at Kings Mountain, I always think of the sun and the smell of the forest around me that surrounded the school, never the rainy or cold days. The school was just, in general, a comfortable and cozy place that I could spend my time hanging out with friends and learning. One thing that I wanted to highlight was how little the amount of stress I had compared to the stress of middle school or high school that I have now, or any of the other schools I had been to. I rarely ever worried about school, and I never had the feeling that I didn't want to go to school. Another thing that was really important about the school was the accessibility that we had, being people who lived on the mountain. The drive to school was generally 5 minutes at max, and that gave us a lot of time to be able to sleep and get ready in the mornings. If we had to go to another school down the coast, we would have had to get up 30 or 40 minutes earlier, and I think that the drive would have put us under a lot more stress, because we would have had to plan for the traffic and accidents that happen so often on 92. One final thing that I want to talk about is the art fair. The art fair is something that I always looked forward to so much, and still do now, even though I live in Half Moon Bay now. The experience of getting involved with your community and helping raise money for your school, it was really important to me, and it really made me feel like I was helping do good in the world. In general, I had a great experience at Kings Mountain, and I would want to keep it open for more kids to be able to have the same experience that I did. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Taj, Maria. And then Malia Maneri.
Okay. Thank you, board. First of all, thank you so much for your service to public education. My husband and I both come from a proudly long line of public educators, and we believe in public schools 100%. I just want to tell you a little about Taj's mom there. So he and his twin brother Luke are now in the high school, and I have a 5th grader, and I just want to tell you about our experience living on Kings Mountain. I grew up in the Midwest, proudly from Kansas, and read about the Pacific Ocean and geography, and sang about the redwood forests, and this land is your land. But I didn't see the ocean or walk through a forest until I was an adult. And I'm telling you this because those of you who are born and raised in California may not understand my level, sincerely, I mean this, of amazement and gratitude I felt in 2014 when I realized there existed a public 3-room schoolhouse in the middle of the redwoods that was a relatively quick drive to someone who grew up 1,700 miles away. It is so mind-bogglingly unique. It's a gem, and it blows my mind that it's not appreciated more than it is for what it is. The little 3-room schoolhouse I'm talking about played a critical role, not only in my family being able to relocate from the Midwest, but also the fact that we now live in Half Moon Bay. We moved to Kings Mountain first and lived there for 5 years specifically because of Kings Mountain Elementary School. And have just this year moved into the city of Half Moon Bay because of our commitment to CUNY and HMBHS. And if it weren't for KMES, we wouldn't have funneled through to the Cabrillo district, which, like Marty Phelps, we are, as a family, lifelong advocates at this point. I'm used to this reaction when I tell people we lived on Kings Mountain. Oh, their house is up there. And as a matter of fact, as you're learning, yes, there are somewhere between 400 to 500 houses and around 1,000 people. I learned a lot about living in a rural community I never had before. Some challenges come with it, and how living in isolation has the power to bring neighbors closer together. I experienced what it feels like to be around people who make a point to live with intention, because know this, you do not end up on Kings Mountain by accident. The people who live on Kings Mountain are there because they choose to be there, living with inconveniences and the isolation and everything that comes with it. But it's with intention, and it's amazing to be around. They express the intention publicly through their volunteer ethic. You've already seen how the community works for what it believes in, right here. Being around the open and generous hearts of people who prioritize social connection and support is something we all want for every child. We have a shared goal, we know we do, in this public education and in striving for equity and accessibility. If we want to talk about equity, let's make sure KMES receives no more from CUSD than any other school. Of course, this middle ground makes sense to me, and I'm sure, as you've heard, it makes sense to so many in that community. If you want to talk about accessibility, you've heard from this community who knows how to solve problems, clearly come together and solve problems, tell you that they want to work with you. Do you know who's really great at solving those problems? The Kings Mountain community. In the context of a possible school closure, it's not amusing to me that people in Cabrillo don't realize that yes, there are those houses on Kings Mountain, because your Kings Mountain community are your neighbors. They're your neighbors right here. They're voting on measures to fund the district. They're standing in line behind you in Safeway, and they're volunteering in your kids' school. Just this week at the high school, I saw my old neighbors on Kings Mountain serving some people at a high school banquet. I heard from Angela Bai, who volunteers on the boosters. I see Marty Phelps, who makes it a point to volunteer with Surf Club, making sure kids who might not have a chance otherwise have opportunities to explore the waves in their backyard. And Emily, as you know, runs the nonprofit Venture Free Foundation with a mission to get kids off the screens and outdoors. These are your neighbors. They're part of Cabrillo Unified School District, and they live in a middle place, literally in the middle of a forest, literally halfway between Woodside and Half Moon Bay. They're in the middle, and they are your neighbors. They see themselves as your neighbors, even if you don't always see them. I ask you to consider these families and community as you educate yourselves further on the long-term impact of a decision like this, when it could be a community that serves as a model of what we can all build together when we live with intention. Thank you.
Maria, and next up, Malia Mineri. And apologize if I said your name wrong. Did I say it okay?
Say it.
I did? Okay, good. And then next up will be Brianna LaFontaine.
My name is Malia Mineri. I go to Cunha. And last year, and for all of my elementary school, I went to Kings Mountain. And I'm just going to point out that all the kids from Kings Mountain that went to Cunha were on the honor roll field trips. And Kings Mountain was a community that I could rely on to come to school every day, and even if I was late because of the beautiful drive up, or other reasons, I could rely on everyone not being like, ooh, she's late. I could rely on everyone just being like, okay, she's late. This is what happened. This is what's going on. And I learned so much from Kings Mountain. And it's a small school, so you know everybody. And everybody is like, if you're sitting alone, someone will come over and say, hey, you want to play with me? Because everybody knows everybody, and they know that if someone's alone, then you may as well just let them play with you. Because otherwise you wouldn't be having empathy for them, because that's also a big drive at Kings Mountain. Also, going from Kings Mountain to Cunha, I had a boost above almost all the other kids. I had already learned almost everything that they were teaching me, and it made it so that I was more comfortable with what I was learning and learning how to learn. Also, Kings Mountain was just a great place to start my education. Thank you.
Bob Bear.
Don't start yet. Okay. My kids are talking to me for the past 4 days, so I'm really hoping to stay within this 3 minutes or we're going to be off. My name is Brianna LaFontaine. I am a parent at El Granada Elementary School and an involved community member. As a country, we do not value teachers the way they deserve. This is blatantly obvious with how much a teacher is paid versus a professional athlete. I'm saddened that the financial presentation suggests the only way teachers can get a raise is by making a larger amount of district cuts. Obviously, 3 minus 2 equals 1, but how you get there and present it to the public should change. Teacher pay increases should be included in district expenses the way insurance or utilities are. They always exist. Teachers are the foundation of our children's education. I keep hearing how this is a business. I personally hate that, but then this business is children, and by not giving teachers the best options to stay and be the best teachers, we are crippling our business. I say we go rogue and be the catalyst to show the nation how important teachers are. We promised our community this if they continue to pay a parcel tax with Measure I. Quote, Measure I retains highly qualified teachers, end quote. Here's another bonkers idea, though not uncommon in business. Have the administration take a pay cut. Let the money trickle down to teachers or lessen the cuts. Everyone has agreed to try and keep the cuts farthest from our children in the classroom, and there's nothing closer to our children than their teachers. I also want to speak on the elimination of free breakfast at the elementary schools. I understand this is on the list because there are kids who do not qualify for a free or reduced meal take the free breakfast. Bluntly, who cares? These are children who are hungry. I do not care how much their parents make. I know that response doesn't bode well with everyone, so my other issue is that to qualify for a free meal, a family of 4 must make less than $34,000. To qualify for a reduced meal, don't make more than $47,000. This is absolutely insane. So a family of 4 who brings in a combined income of $50,000 a year is who we are taking breakfast away from. And then as a district, we know that not everyone who could qualify for this program applies for it for fear of where their information may go. When I brought this up at a different meeting, I was told qualification is on the state. Take it up with them, and I am. The Bay Area should not have the same poverty level as Barstow, but that is a fight that is going to take some time. So as my response was to those who didn't want to pay for the parcel tax for Measure I because the state should fund us better, yes, you are right, but until we win that fight, we cannot give up on our children now. We must protect our children locally until the state figures out how to fund California education equitably. Please don't take away food from our children. Lastly, at the beginning of the year, the district put out a message that they were accepting applications for a financial advisory committee to weigh in on the district's poor financial situation. A dozen or so community members, not just current parents, met every other week for 3 months. We took time away from our families to learn about the district financial state and weigh in on what was important and what could be cut. These were not fun meetings. They could get heated and uncomfortable, but every other week we continued to come together to discuss and learn. At the end of this time, we sat down and individually ranked about 28 potential cut items, and then they were averaged for a cumulative response. We were never promised that our list would be the end-all, but we were told our input mattered. We've even this meeting has even referenced our input multiple times in the presentation. Someone told me the district does this. They create things to check off a box that they involve the community, but don't do anything with it. No, I said, this is important. They are taking us seriously and really involving us. Yet here we are a few months later, and even though the committee, ranked closing Kings Mountain the last thing to cut, it still sits on the list. Your community has spoken time and time again. We do not want our mountain school to close. Please show the naysayers that they are wrong, that the district doesn't use people to check off a box, that our voice matters. Do not close Kings Mountain Elementary School.
Bob, and then Meta Townsley.
Also had the Financial Advisory Committee promised us snacks, which... Good evening, Board. Dr. Pettridge. My name is Bob Bear. I am a parent of a 4th grader at Kings Mountain, also the current Vice President and Treasurer of the PTO. Vice President I volunteered for. As Treasurer, I am kind of the data person for Kings Mountain, and Therefore, my primary purpose tonight is to provide you with some data. You've heard a couple of people this evening in last board meeting talk to you about more of the emotional and the environment at Kings Mountain. And some of what I'm here to provide you with is that data that you've heard, you've asked through a request for some deeper dives, some additional information. Dr. McFetridge has been able to provide you that. Without a CBO, it's difficult at times. So I'm here to provide you with some of that data this evening. One thing you've asked about is the voting. People have talked about the overwhelming voting support that you've gotten from the Kings Mountain community. And so I do have some data we got from the San Mateo County website. So we've been able to go back 10 years. That's all the information they provide. The Kings Mountain community precincts have voted in 5 measures in that time period, overwhelmingly greater than the rest of the precincts here, to an extent 2% to 8% higher than the rest of the precincts. When I met with you earlier this week, you kind of asked what that value was, and I will, for those of you that asked, I will provide that directly. But that represented the yes votes on Measure I. We used that as a benchmark. 6.1% of all the yes votes for Measure I came from the Kings Mountain community. And the number of voters in Measure I was 401. So that's how many voters. And we looked at the registered voters. There's 1,075 up in Kings Mountain. Okay? So for that, we did look, and we are absolutely thrilled about this middle ground proposal. So thank you, Dr. McFetridge, for that. That is absolutely exciting to us. Kings Mountain community, we've talked to as many people as we can, fully on board. That is absolutely exciting for us. We are thrilled to be at the same staffing levels. We never wanted anything different. So to be at that same staffing levels is terrific. And again, that will save the district $83,000 or $100,000, however, whatever number you want to assign to that teacher that you will not pay for. So you'll be saving $100,000 just by eliminating that teacher instead of $162,000 to close the entire school. So that's wonderful. To us, that's a win-win. So those are the 2 things that I wanted to come and share with you, the 2 things we've heard about. We will put up on our website, on our Facebook page and on our website, some more detailed information, because you guys have asked for that. The other one that we obviously don't have time to go into detail, but as we've shared with most of you that we met with, and we really appreciate your time, is a calculation that says that the district will leave, but will lose, because of lost enrollment, $2.88 million. Now, fortunately, that's spread out over a number of years, but as we've shared with most of you, due to the loss of enrollment of current students and future students, the calculation, which I think most of you have more or less agreed with, is the loss of $2.88 million to the district if Kings Mountain were to close. Okay? So I wanted to share that with you. Hopefully that gives you some insight into your requests. And again, we will put all this information on our Facebook page and up on our website. So if you have any more questions, please direct them to me, and we'll get you whatever information you want. Thank you very much for your time.
I'm going to email you.
Meta, right? Okay. Erin O'Connor Brown, and then Megan Wilson.
Okay, I'm much better with middle school students, so bear with me. My name is Erin O'Connor Brown, and I am the Dean of Students at CUNY. So, good evening, board members, community members, CUSD staff, bienvenidos a todos, gracias por estar. I know that the board and community members have been curious about the position of CUNY's Dean, especially now as we are all vying for very scarce resources. So I'm here to give a brief explanation of what I do and the value it holds for CUNY students as well as all students at Cabrillo Unified School District. The LCAP, or Local Control and Accountability Plan, goals for CUSD are literacy and reclassification, college and career readiness, family engagement, and safe and supported schools. My work directly supports the LCAP as I work one-on-one with students and their families to implement these goals. Sorry, I'm nervous. I work to provide a safety net for our at-risk student population. Along with supporting the LCAP, my work supports the high school WASC goals of closing the achievement gap by working with these target student populations to be on track and appropriately placed before even entering the high school. These students and I begin discussing and setting goals for college prep track before they even set foot on the Half Moon Bay High School campus. A few brief ways how I implement these goals with the students. First off, I hold goal setting sessions with every EL student at CUNY 2 to 3 times a year. That's around 120 students that I meet with 2 to 3 times a year. During these times, we look at the requirements for reclassification and where the areas of growth are for each and every one of these students. We set goals to work toward for reclassification and identify action steps to help these students achieve these goals. I check in with them throughout the year and support whatever specific areas they need to help them reach their goal with reclassification. I work to facilitate and engage our Spanish-speaking community, soy hispanohablante. I attend our ELAC meetings and meet with families one-on-one to demystify the reclassification process, the LPAC, and other academic challenges. I work to strengthen community engagement and communication to support students who become at risk academically, socially, and emotionally. At least 3 times a year, I identify students who are at risk academically. I send home letters, phone families, request meetings, in which I share with families ways to support their students and provide potential options for academic and other supports at school. Last year, I monitored between 5 and 20 students on a weekly academic progress form, which we call Blue Forms, helping give them support they need that someone is checking their own grades. Last year, 21 students were reclassified during the academic year. This year, 12 students have already been reclassified and 5 more are currently awaiting approval. I could go on, but I'm going to be brief. I believe that we are seeing results for our efforts to target and support these at-risk populations. Even if someone besides me were doing this work, I would see it as invaluable and necessary as we work to close the achievement gap and support all CUSD students. Thanks.
Megan Wilson, and then Nicole Smith-Tripp.
This is nerve-wracking. Okay, my name is Megan Wilson. I'm a parent of a 3rd grader and a kindergartner at Fairlawn View Elementary School. My kids are 2nd generation coastal kids, and I wanted to offer some contrast. My son began his kindergarten year with 25 kids in his class, 11 TKers and 14 tenders. That is the youngest and craziest bunch of them all to have in one classroom. My daughter has 24 kids in her 3rd grade class. We are maxed out. I've never given my kids a leg up at the expense of others. They are white, from a 2-parent household. Both my husband and I are college educated. Statistically, my kids will be successful. We can provide at home what the school cannot. That said, I'm not okay. I'm not okay with my kids being put at a disadvantage. The mama bear in me wants to protect my kids, but there are a lot of kids at our school that don't have the same advantages that my kids do. While I'm not comparing my kids to the disadvantage, because they are clearly not, I am saying that district funding is allowing inequities amongst the school and the children. One example, last year, I don't know how much you know of this, but we had 1 yard duty supervisor because of people going out on leave, people just leaving, attrition. Parents and school asked for volunteers and the PTO to look at bolstering funding in order to pay for yard duty supervision. The hours are so limited and the pay is so low, it's difficult to attract and retain adequate staff. You may shrug and think, it's only yard duty, but it directly affects the teachers who likely can't take their state mandated breaks, and the children need to be supervised. Budgets are a safety issue. Your job is to make sure that there's equity for all the children in the district. That everyone is given the same chance to succeed based on the resources available. I ask, when you are looking at the budget funding cuts that need to be made, think about how many children will benefit and how many children will be placed at a disadvantage based on your decision. Thank you.
Megan, Nicole. And then, oh, sorry, just to give Tyler a heads up, Tyler will move in after that.
Okay, in an effort to try and keep it under 3 minutes, I've slashed and burned my speech, so I apologize if I get a little lost. As some of you may know, I have a first grader at Kings Mountain Elementary School. But what some of you may not know is, I haven't officially met all of you, is that we are residents of El Granada. Last year, my son had what can only be called a disastrous start to kindergarten. We started at a wonderful nearby CUSD elementary school, which unfortunately turned out to be an awful fit for him in particular. Within the first week of school, my child went from being sweet, and I'll admit rambunctious, to aggressive and angry all the time. The change happened practically overnight. His anxiety shot through the roof, and he was acting out towards adults and students alike, and being disruptive and refusing to participate in class. It didn't help that there were 4 other students within his class of 25 that were also in open revolt at all times. And much to my embarrassment, one of those children in revolt was my own. Over the next 2 months, I worked tirelessly with his amazing teacher, who I can't praise enough, and who was so supportive. We worked together on so many different strategies to try and help my son. Despite his worsening behavior, she never gave up on him, and to this day, she still checks in on him when she sees him. I admire her for her unwavering dedication to her students. But unfortunately, it was not enough for my son. We were all failing him, despite our best efforts. Can't see. After much discussion with his teacher and others at the school, we started looking into our options to switch him out of that particular classroom. But the classrooms were all full, and nobody wanted to switch into this classroom and take his place. During all of this, I and a few other kindergarten moms in this classroom reached out to the district office to see if we could get an aide assigned to the classroom. Something had to change. It was during our meeting with Mr. Owens, the director of the Personal and Pupil Services, that he suggested that KEMS, Kings Mountain, had an opening in their K-1 classroom, and that the smaller school environment provided there would be a benefit to my son. So we began discussing our options with his current teacher and with Mr. Owens as to what we could do. Options that included transferring to Kings Mountain, pulling out of school entirely and trying again in a year, or going private. But as big proponents of public school, my husband and I didn't relish the idea of going private and the financial strain that it would put on us. So we decided to give Kings Mountain a try. We figured worst case scenario, we could pull him and save another year. But it turned out to be a huge success. The smaller environment and the special focus on social emotional learning, the first graders in his class, it all helped him. Within only 2 weeks of switching schools, 85% of his behavioral problems were gone. In fact, for those that like data and things like that, we had started the IEP process to try and figure out what was going on with him. And the BASC evaluation, which is a tool used to help quantify behavior in children, was completed in both of his classrooms. And they could not have been more different. In his first classroom, his behavior was clinically significant in almost every category. However, in his Kings Mountain classroom, his behavior changed so much that it was age appropriate in almost every category. His anxiety lessened, and so did his anger and aggression as a result. He finally learned how to engage and participate in class. He learned how to play with his classmates instead of being overwhelmed by them and lashing out at them. And don't get me wrong, he still has his days, but they're few and far between now. Before we switched schools, my son was on a course in school that was setting him up for failure for the rest of his academic life. But now, thanks to Kings Mountain, he's excited to go to school. and our daily stress and anxiety is gone. Well, his is. Mine is through the roof right now because I don't know what's going to happen. However, my son is just one child at Kings Mountain who initially struggled at other schools within the district. Thanks to Kings Mountain, they have all learned that they can thrive as a result of the alternative learning environment provided there. And I am so encouraged by the middle ground that Dr. McFetridge has presented here tonight, and I ask you to seriously consider this option an opportunity to save the school and these students. There's a lot of research that shows how important early intervention is, and so think of Kings Mountain as the district's option for early intervention at the elementary school level. I've heard a lot of talk in these presentations about how important Pillar Cedars Alternative School is for the high school students who aren't thriving in a traditional school. Kings Mountain can play that same important alternative school role, but at a much younger age, a much more impressionable age. And hopefully because of how well my son is doing there, he won't need alternative assistance by the time he's in middle school, let alone high school. And so, as others have said before, I'm asking you to please seriously consider the middle ground option that has been presented tonight. And I look forward to working with each and every one of you to find a way to keep our school open and our children thriving. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Nicole. Laura said, Tyler McNiven, and then Laura Sanders.
Sorry, I'm here to speak on behalf of Mila. She's 3 hours past her bedtime, so you have to excuse her. She really wants to watch Moana. But she just came here to say that she's moving to the Kings Mountain community on Saturday. And she's super excited about it. She's gonna turn 2 next week. And she's gonna get a little baby brother next month. So there's a lot happening for her. And she was so close to not having a meltdown. And she just wants to say that if she can handle 3 hours of a district board meeting, then she can handle 24 kids in a class. She is very, very thankful that you're exploring a middle ground at Kings Mountain, and so are her parents. Thank you very much.
And her grandparents. Thank you to all 3 of you. Wow. All right, Laura Sanders and then Chris Reynolds.
Thank you, board members, for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Laura Sanders, and I'm a parent to 2 CUSD elementary students and VP on the El Granada PTO board. Today and at past meetings, we have heard that the strategy for the proposed cuts is to preserve the core and cut the nice-to-haves. Over the years, we have continually cut the nice-to-haves, including art, music, librarians, science, and PE from our elementary school budgets, despite numerous studies that show a connection between the availability of these enrichment programs and success in the core curriculum. For many students, especially those that might be struggling with the core, it is the enrichment programs that keep them engaged in learning and wanting to come to school every day. Today, the PTOs, in conjunction with CEF, are picking up the majority of the cost for these important programs in our schools. Over the past several months at various meetings, I've heard Dr. McFetridge reference multiple community groups, including the PTOs, as potential alternate sources of funding for the cuts that are being considered. And while I'm incredibly grateful to McFetridge for his proactive approach to engage the community to support our local education, reaching out to all of these groups, I do want to caution that none of these other sources of funding are guaranteed. I'm in my 3rd year on the El Granada PTO board, and I can tell you that when enrollment declines, so do potential fundraising dollars. At El Granada, and I believe this is true for many other coastside elementary schools, the vast majority of our donors are individuals with a personal connection to our school. Someone with a child, a grandchild, or a similarly close relative currently enrolled. When enrollment declines, not only do schools lose $88, but the PTOs lose potential fundraising dollars as well. And similar to the school's operating costs, the cost to provide enrichment programs do not decrease. I bring this up because I think it's important for the board and community members to be aware that outside organizations may or may not be able to absorb these cuts, and if they do, it might come at the expense of other programs they are currently funding. There are tough decisions ahead. Tonight and at other meetings, we have heard from many Kings Mountain families and community members on the importance of the school to CUSD. Tonight, I'd like to share my perspective. I first learned about KMES before I had children of my own, before I lived in this community. My in-laws moved to Kings Mountain shortly after their own children had completed high school. Despite never having a personal connection to the school, they have actively and proudly supported it as part of what makes Kings Mountain community so special. KMUS is unique in CUSD in two important ways: educational approach and its ability to fundraise from the larger community, not just the currently enrolled families. I do not believe that the support, currently around $50,000 a year from the art fair alone, will transfer to another coastside school. The dollars lost in terms of ADA from students leaving CUSD is not the only financial impact we can contemplate in the closure of this school. We've also heard from several families about how the unique educational approach at KMS has been instrumental in helping students that are falling through the cracks at some of our other schools. To me, one of the main arguments for keeping KMS is the same as the argument for the importance of keeping Fuller-Cetos. It offers a different approach to students that are struggling in a more traditional school. Every student, every day. Before I close, I also want to speak briefly in support of our teachers, the heart and soul of CUSD. I know that the proposed cuts are painful for many of us. I empathize with many of the comments and perspectives shared here this evening in support of removing some of these potential cuts from the list. However, when I reflect on the ultimate goal of providing quality education for all of our CUSD students, I think the most impactful thing we can do is to retain the high-quality teachers that we have here on the coast side and maintain an ability to recruit equally talented teachers when the opportunities arise. Therefore, I think it is imperative that we reserve space in the upcoming budget for an overdue raise for our teachers. I know that this means cutting more than the $2.5 million target. I know that trade-offs are hard. But I, for one, am not willing to give up the quality educators we are so lucky to have here in CUSD. We have heard from many that the budget cuts should be, the impact of them should be far removed from our students as possible, and I echo that sentiment. Keeping schools open and retaining our incredible teachers seem to fit that bill. Thank you for your time.
Chris Reynolds, and then up next is Priscilla Ebersol.
Oh, I think some of you board members might have it. Do you have it? Okay, good, thank you. I'll read that at the end. Trustees, Dr. McFetridge, thank you for allowing us to come here and speak this evening. I'm Chris Reynolds. I'm a parent from Kings Mountain. My own children went there, graduated from it, and enjoyed it very much. And as many people have already said, Kings Mountain School is a really unique place. And one little piece of news that I was just given is that right now, up in the mountain itself, not even counting the students from down here on the coast side, there are 18 pre-K kids, or maybe 19 as we've just learned tonight, already there and teed up to go to Kings Mountain School. So from our standpoint, that's a really good thing. I'm on the, first of all, let me say that I'm very sympathetic to the role that you guys play. I've served on quite a number of nonprofit and governmental boards, so I know you've got a hard road to follow and a tough set of choices to make, so I'm very sympathetic to that. Let me also say that you've heard from some of the other speakers that the entire community of Kings Mountain supports that school, and it's absolutely true. I think Cindy may have even understated the amount of support that just her group, one of 18 groups that comprise the Kings Mountain Art Fair total. I think she has over 400 in her one group, which is pretty remarkable. All those people are volunteers, and a big chunk of the money, as you heard, does go to support the local school, which is good for CUSD. I'm on the board of the art fair myself, and I pay attention to what's happening up there. It is really remarkable how much that community comes together to support the school, the Volunteer Fire Brigade, and other groups that are beneficiaries of that art fair. I would like to see that continue, and I'm entirely supportive, as others tonight have been, of the idea of having a middle ground. And I appreciate Dr. McFetridge bringing that up, so thank you for that. To just put this into the record, I wanted to read this letter that has been composed. It's a cover letter for each of you, and you'll be seeing it shortly if you have not already. We originally chose this is one of the parents who wrote this. We originally chose KMES for our children because it was simply because it was the local school. It did not take long to realize that it was far more. The teachers, the staff, and the other parents became personal friends that we could talk to comfortably about any concerns we had with our children. Our children also felt this friendship, and even though they are now all grown up and live out of the area, they still know and relate to friends and families that they met at KMES. Kings Mountain residents are very strong on volunteerism. It shows up with our volunteer fire brigade, with KMES, with our homeowners association, garden club, and many other groups. It all comes together at the art fair. Neighbors come together to work for the common good. KMES is an important thread that binds people together. Parents come together, often for the first time, in a common effort to support their children and continue that effort long after the children have moved on. Losing KMES would be a shock to the community that we can ill afford. Most important is the children. Being transported out of the community to attend school would be difficult for them as well as their parents, most of whom work east of Skyline. I thank you all for taking on the difficult task ahead of you, and hopefully a resolution can be reached that leaves our little school in place as well as the other schools in the district. Thank you again.
Priscilla Ebersol, and then next James Nowen, I think. But I want to first pause because we're coming up on our curfew of 10 o'clock, for which to proceed past that time, we'll need a motion and approval and vote to do so. So do we have a motion to proceed past our 4 p.m.? 10 p.m. My eyes are getting tired. Our 10 p.m. Curfew. Here, Freya made a movement. Second from anybody? Second. All in favor, please say aye. Okay. Passes 5 to 0. Okay. So without further ado, Priscilla, please come up to the podium. If you're still here. I don't know if she's still here. Priscilla Ebersol?
I don't see her.
Okay, so I believe it's James McNowen. Tell me if I said your name wrong. Maybe I said it so wrong, you're not recognizing it. James. All right. And then Tyler also left?
Yes.
Okay. And Robin Inglis Arkell, your name I know.
Good evening, good night. I'm going for short. Dear CUSD Board and Administration, the teachers and parents at Hatch respectfully request that the board maintain the current employment status of our irreplaceable community liaison and clerk assistant. I'm sorry, I'm falling asleep. Okay. I'm sorry. In addition to their official responsibilities, our community liaison and clerical assistant have direct contact and impact on children. They take temperatures, soothe nerves, treat stomach aches, evaluate bumps on the head, clean wounds, and call moms and dads. This is invaluable service that is invisible to those not working at the school sites. According to the district-funded study performed on the budget, Hatch is already demonstrating great economy of scale and efficiency. We have a lean office staff of only 3 people to communicate with the families of our 587 students, over half of which are Spanish-speaking. The teachers, as well as the parents, rely heavily on the support of the community liaison, clerical assistant, and administrative assistant to provide necessary services to students and families. In addition, our community liaison is included in the already board-approved LCAP. We cannot remove or shorten our community liaison's hours and remain in compliance. Both positions are necessary to meet legal obligations. Who will do these jobs if they are not there? Teachers cannot. We request the board support these vital administrators who keep Hatch functioning. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. Last two, Pidio Pedrosa, and then Maria Portel waiting patiently in the front row.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. My name is Cabrillo. I'm the guardian of my 2 siblings who attend Hatch Elementary School. I understand that the budget should be adjusted to this bad situation. but I disagree with this dismissal of the community relation assistance, because we need it. We need them to get communication with the school. So many parents in this community don't speak English properly to express their ideas, thoughts, and needs. So besides, community assistant job is necessary for us to understand in a clear way the information at school. So more than once, my sibling had gotten accidents at school, and the fact that in those moments, the assistant spoke to me in my native language and explained me what happened to my kids made me calm. So I strongly believe that community relation assistants are essential in this community. So especially for parents whose first language is Spanish. Thank you for your time.
Last but not least,
There you go. Very good. Nice. Thank you for your time this evening. I'm Maria Portela-Swagel. I wear a bunch of hats in this community. I'm a teacher at Cunha in the elementary schools. I'm a parent and I'm a community member. And all of those things intertwine. And I feel really deeply about this community and about our kids and this community. I wanted to talk to you about the elementary band program, which started 7 years ago with the help of several of you, and with the goal to reach across the schools, to reach from Cunha and send a Cunha teacher down to reach from the elementary and ease that transition for parents and students. And as well, at that point, we sent the high school band director down to Cunha to do that same reach across. The idea was that we would have some common goals in the 5th grade program, but individual implementation. So 2 of the schools decided to implement their programs after school and be optional, and 2 of the schools decided to implement them as part of the school day and be mandatory and send their whole grade. This was a big community effort and a really citizen triumph of a way of parents, community members, alumni, educators, local artists of CUSD. I think back to that meeting that we had at the high school library, where folks just came out of the woodwork to talk about the importance of music in CUSD in their life. We had meetings as well here in the district office with as well a bunch of stakeholders several times. So there was a lot of investment. CEF saw the need and helped us purchase, with CUSD's help, about 100 instruments, which was the primary expense for the program. As a ripple effect, a cut to the 5th grade program will ripple up through the high school. And having just come off of watching the high school experience last night, high school band play last night at my son's orientation, just reminded me of that effect and that ripple across. It's not just a one-time thing, it builds over the years. So we take that away and we will see that as through the years. The programs are interdependent. Big deal to reach the students before middle school hits, before their ELD requirement hits in the part of their day, and or other electives compete. I appreciate the reality that significant cuts need to be made here. Understand what an insurmountable job you have, but I'm not convinced that this particular $30,000, this 0.3 FTE, is our best choice. I understand the goal is to looking at having community groups step in to pay for the program, but I'm concerned that outside funding groups will a lot of time not support salary, so that may be a no-go. And then finally, I invite you guys to come see the winter concert December 11th at the high school. It is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and with the 5th graders as VIPs. So come check that out on December 11th, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, and that ends the comment portion of our discussion, or of our meeting topic, and that will then bring us to discussion. So hopefully we have a little bit of juice left after all that listening to hopefully we have been parallel processing. My mind is still buzzing a little bit. I'm just gonna say one thing really first, like, we have an amazing community. Like, we really do. An amazing, for all of you that are still here at 10 o'clock, like, that's huge. But, and just the passion and the smarts and the strength and the stamina and all that stuff that Sean mentioned in terms of just the patience and the breathing to get through this difficult time. I think I just want to, throw that out there first. And I certainly have more thoughts, but I want to open it up to others that might have comments or questions. Let's open it up. Not everyone at once.
I'm going to dive in with some questions. First, thank you to everyone who prepared talks and came out tonight. It's a big deal, and it's a difficult time. So understand, I missed the last meeting. I was on work travel. But understand that as all of us ask questions, we kind of need to dig in pros and cons on a lot of things. So it's not necessarily because we have an opinion that's strong one way or another, but we're just trying to get information on the table. And one of my questions, because the assistant principals at the elementary and the high school that were part of the original cuts, that was Hatch in the high school, what was the total for those two pieces that were then removed from the cut list?
They are listed on the original list. They are not listed on this new list. I would have to refer to an old document.
I didn't think of that. I know it's there, but I'm trying to put it in context for tonight's conversation. Okay, I'll look it up.
I think it's probably, I don't want to give data that I don't have quite in front of me and I don't remember offhand.
What would be in the event that you were to lose those positions? How would you cover the needs of those schools?
The assistant principal position at the high school, it is standard for there to be 2 assistant principals often at most high schools. I will tell you quite frankly that a CUTA representative, when that came up on the cut, they came up to me and said, well, I'm locking my doors, we'll have great problems with that. I think it would be very difficult to run at the high school with 1 less assistant principal. I think it'd be very difficult at the high school to run 1 less counselor. It wouldn't be standard. And I could call Mr. Nazar and Mr. Barnes up here to speak to this if you'd like. I think these are positions. Oh, here we go. The assistant principal was $140,000 with benefits, and the counselor was $80,000 with benefits, and the Cunha counselor was $90,000 with benefits, and the assistant principal at Hatch was $110,000. And I think you heard my presentation earlier, because of the size of Hatch being almost twice the size of Fair Lawn View, and if more students come to Hatch of El Granada, I would argue that those positions are required. And I've heard from people that it would be important.
And I don't doubt that they're important. My question is, and I tried to spend a little time looking at average school sizes.
Yes.
Elementary average school size in California is 581. So
yes.
We're actually kind of in a sweet spot for in terms of moderate sized elementary schools.
You're at average at Hatch.
Yes.
You are below average at El Granada, Fair Lawn View, and Kings Mountain.
Right.
Again, with respect, I also don't think of this entirely as a business. I think of this as a helping profession. I think we put money where we need to have it according to student need. My first recommendation was not to consolidate El Granada or Fair Lawn View because I didn't think it was good for kids. I
Right,
didn't think
no,
it was
no,
good for
I'm
the
not,
community.
and I'm not going there. That's
Okay.
not my point. I'm just trying to understand then what's the nominal ratio in terms of administration to teacher, staff, and needs at a school. And again, I'm wondering if maybe it's a not all or nothing, it's not number of belly buttons, but some creative way to meet the administrative needs and meet the needs of supporting the teachers and supporting the students.
If you want to have an administrator, you need to have an administrative credential. If you're an assistant principal, you need to have an administrative credential. To put a teacher in charge there, they could not do certain administrative duties. For example, discipline or supervision of teachers. So that is one function. The counseling also requires a pupil personnel services credential. Pupil, I'm gonna get this credential name wrong. Pupil services credential, what's that counseling credential title? PPS, pupil, it's a PPS credential. So that's why counselors are counselors and why they are always.
Pupil personnel services.
Pupil personnel services, I was right, oh my God. PPS, so taking a counselor out is very difficult and is usually one of the things that nationally people talk about because you want to have a certain ratio. We would be far below ratio. When I saw the counselors on the cut list from the financial committee, I thought, ooh, that's not good.
I'm not bringing that up, so let's not
Okay,
go down that.
but the administrative services credential, to
But we
think
do
out.
have teachers in the, I do know that in years past, there have been teachers with administrator credentials that serve as backup to principals. I'm not saying it's ideal, I just know it's been done in the past.
Well-
So, I just wanna understand if we do have some flexibility in this area.
Well, not as far as administration tasks. Because of the credential, you couldn't have a teacher do evaluation of other teachers.
Perhaps not evaluation of other teachers, but there's a whole.
You couldn't have them
array.
do discipline either. They couldn't do student discipline because they couldn't do suspensions. You need an administrative credential for that.
But don't we have other example high school teachers with administrator credentials at the high school or
Then they'd be
at the
working,
elementary school?
yes, but then they would, if you have a teacher in charge, they do not do discipline because they can't in that.
We're missing.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, these are specialized job descriptions that are required for all kinds of things.
So you're
And
telling me that if a teacher that has a credential, an administrative credential, in addition to their teaching credential, they're on site, they can't have both a teacher role and a part-time administrative role?
I'm saying that that would be very difficult because if they're in the classroom, they're not on campus doing yard duty, they can't do discipline, they can't do course scheduling, they can't be in contact with parents because they're in a classroom. And by contract, by the CUTA contract, they would be working out of class and they would, I would assume, would want to be paid as an administrator.
And again, it was teachers with stipends doing administrative type work. We have, and again, it's not to drill into all the details of any one job, but trying to just ask the question of how we might listen to the passion of what we heard tonight in terms of some of the elementary schools and some of the other programming and potentially still meet the needs. I know we have LCFF, maybe all that work is done at the high school, but I think at the district office, but LCFF and that mountain of paperwork that has to be done, and LCAP planning, we're heavy on that oversight and surveillance piece. In terms of, I think, my perception of the workload and what's expected of administration, and then I don't know if there's, I'm just trying to poke at the question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to answer honestly. It's a matter, and I hope you take my response as being sort of a professional, scientific, logical, clinical response, which I have to do. It's a matter of professional jurisdiction. It's a matter of job description. It's a matter of contractual requirements. To be able to have teachers do administrative jobs, they would have to be pulled out of the classroom and to do administrative jobs. To have a teacher do the work of an assistant principal would require them being able to not be in the classroom.
So in other words, it would be like a hybrid job, like more like the dean's job we heard about earlier. Like you
Yeah.
have to just structure it and you basically be paying the rate of an administrator for that portion of the piece that they're
The truth,
doing,
yeah,
right?
but as I understand it,
Based on need.
yes, my understanding though is the Cunha Dean position is .17 FTE. It's 3 sections, and they actually have that period dedicated. They're not, I mean, they are actually working with students, but they are not doing discipline, they're not doing counseling, they're not doing the job that would be required of an administrative credential. I think it is a very valuable position. I think that is a hybrid position. I do look, and I just want to say too, that this is not an enviable position for the board or for any of us, but I would say that you still have a cushion. You could still restore positions. And I serve at the pleasure of the board, and I often tell the community I serve at the pleasure of the community. If the community and the board require it, we would take cuts away. But it will beg the question about, will you be able to make sufficient cuts? I've already taken some lists. If you're talking about the assistant of taking away the assistant principal and making that a cut again, either at Hatch or at the high school, you could do it. It would make the jobs more difficult for those administrators, and I would dare say it would make it more difficult for the schools themselves. But these are tough choices.
At the high school level, I know we have a principal and 2 assistants. And I know you said that's nominal. Is it based on number, like a student population, when you have X number of administrators in the district?
I would say so. On average, often in the high school, you'll see a principal and 2 assistant principals. This is kind of commonplace. Of a very small high school, you might see 1 assistant principal. But Mr. Nazar is in the room. Andy Boysen is 1 assistant principal, and he's the instructional assistant principal. And Deanna Tower is an assistant principal, and she's more along the the facilities and pupil services end. So they have 2 very separate functions. And Mr. Nazar, I think, and other teachers at the high school have told me, wow, that would be really tough to do without an assistant principal. And I see John nodding his head. So, again, I don't want to favor, none of these are enviable positions.
I know that Maria waited till the very end to speak, and I was around when that 5th grade program was established. Part of me is kind of disheartened that we haven't paid more attention to that connectivity over the last few years between elementary and middle and high school. Once it got put in place, we had turnover in administration here in the district office. But that role does serve pupils at all 4 of the elementary schools.
Agreed. I think it is important.
And there's potential of longer term making better connectivity across that. So I appreciate, Dr. McFettridge, that you said that would be one of those areas that in the event that cut was kept, that we would look for outside funding. But I want to honor what our teacher has said, that salaries are sometimes difficult.
I would agree with that, and I would ask the public and I would ask the board to recall that what I said was I am seeking external funding sources. I have had numerous meetings with community partners in several regards, And even if the cut was made in December so that we can make our cuts for the county, again in January you will see a different budget outlook from the state, and indeed you may see our partners step up to fund things that are on the cut list. And so there is a certain leap of faith that I know is very difficult to take, but I also will say that the board would have all the way up until June to reevaluate and potentially restore any cuts that were made in December. And like I said, I think early in the presentation, my son plays saxophone. It has meant the world to him. I'm a hack guitar player. It has meant the world to me.
I played banjo today.
I know you played banjo all the time, Kim. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands. When we list many of these were cuts that were provided to us, and we had to sift through. Some of them I did not include because I just thought them antithetical to our purpose as a school district. For example, reading intervention specialists. I did not have the heart, and as a professional, I did not think I should have it on the cut list. Again, I think the music is very important. I do think the other things that have been mentioned tonight are very important. The community liaisons piece speaks very clearly to me, also because having been a bilingual teacher and knowing how important it is for us to have that bridge for our 52% Latino students, I think is very important. Nonetheless, these cuts were provided me. I will tell you, quite frankly, I could not leave community liaisons on there without putting attendance clerks. And again, I know that the board has difficult decisions and you could direct me, or I could come back to the next board meeting and say, hey, we could do it this way. That's what I try to do with the Kings Mountain Middle approach also.
I just want to also first thank you also, Sean. You've been here with us for, is it only 4 months? Because it feels
4
like
months.
a lot longer. And if you were to, like, 4 months, and what you've come in, you kind of like come up to speed, figured things out, like, you know, had amazing, like, more collaboration than I've seen in a really long time, like in lots of different roles I've had, just with the relationships we've built with people in the district and with the community, to tackle some really hard times, right? Some hard situations, and to be able to have some hard conversations with people, but in a way that's honest, I think is important. And of course, some of those messages are hard, but like I said earlier, I really appreciate that our community has also stepped up and said, how can I help, right? We've had so many of those conversations, and to me that's been really, really encouraging. I know I need to sit closer. I'm grateful to our employees also who have like maintained things keeping going with a lot of uncertainty. And it's kind of sad because at the end of the day, I think, was it Laura? I can't remember who spoke to the fact that like at the end of the day, we have to, and you spoke to this certainly for sure, like at the end of the day, we need to cut $2.5 million to be solvent, or the state, the city, the county will come in and take over, and that's really bad. We have time after that as we implement to start to unravel things, and really looking at that list, I would say a good $1 million or so that's kind of uncertain, kind of like maybe we're gonna wanna come back to it, right? Like some things are pretty straightforward, like the custodial management, right? So the principals are all cool taking that on, all right, check, okay, good, that's like pretty straightforward. We probably won't come back to that. But things like, so things like the community liaisons, for example, and I know that's going to be, something that will, you talked about, it's listed here in probably a simpler way than when you described it, in terms of there may be some shuffling around of hour, I don't know, hours is the right term, but like staffing, because maybe the needs will be different, especially if we make some transportation changes and have Moonridge kids come to Hatch. So I think of that as kind of like a reorganization that, again, we'll see where it lands. I don't know if it's, I would be flexible and encourage thinking that might be an area where if we have space at the end of the day, maybe that's somewhere where we say, well, maybe we don't need to cut 200 or whatever that number is, but 150 or whatever.
If I can speak to this, when I made the proposal several board meetings ago that I thought it was not great that Moonridge families felt that they had to go to Farallon View, and that the taken for granted assumption was that they had to go to Farallon View, and I brought it up to the PTO at Farallon View, and I brought it up to the faculty at Farallon View, and I brought it up to Hatch PTO when I was there, and I brought it up to Hatch administrators, and I brought it up to Moonridge, and everybody nodded. I've only heard a couple of people say, well, Sean, you know what that reason was? It was because Hatch was over-enrolled at 700, and they were concerned about an Office of Civil Rights complaint. I've since talked to County Council. They are not concerned about an Office of Civil Rights complaint, and our enrollment now at Hatch is 550. I think it's high time that we give those parents and families and students a choice to attend a school where they don't have to get on a bus for 30 or 45 minutes. It does solve the triple bottom line. It helps those people because it's their choice. They get the choice. If they want to continue to go to Farallon View, they can. It helps us with the cost, the bottom line, and all these very difficult cuts because it can save us the cost of a bus driver, the cost of maintenance of a bus, fuel costs, fixing the bus. I can't tell you how difficult that has been this year. And it would also help the planet. But I would say, back to this point with Hatch and what I heard from Robin, I think she's still here, and I think from the Hatch faculty, is when you look at how many students are at Hatch that are Hispanohablante, Spanish speaking, I would totally agree with the idea that you would need me and staff to look at data that shows where Spanish speakers are, and I would argue that a community liaison is not needed at Kings Mountain, because you don't have the percentage of Spanish speakers.
We don't have
Okay, so it's clear. We don't need a community liaison. Nobody is asking for a community liaison at Kings Mountain. If Farallon View, and so you're getting to where I'm going here. At Farallon View, if Hatch students if Moonridge students wind up going to Hatch, you will definitely need the community liaison positions retained at Hatch. But if your Farallon View Spanish speaker population falls to such a point that you could, and not cut a position, but function by combining the position, or if you will, have an attendance specialist who happens to be bilingual there, I think there's an argument made that these are difficult cuts. We hate to see people lose jobs, but you have to follow student need. Maybe the attendance clerk would get more hours at Farallon View to do both functions. Maybe we look at it with the union, but back to this point, I heard very loudly and clearly tonight, and I'm not surprised, and it actually goes to now, if you're talking about my true values, that this should follow student need. That Hatch definitely needs a community liaison. I agree with that. I'm not sure, I know Kings Mountain doesn't, and I'm not sure that Farallon View would if their Spanish-speaking population were to drop so that they no longer needed that position. We can't be in the job of just protecting jobs. We have to follow student need. I hate to say it, but it's not that I want to run like a business. It's that I want to keep you from going bankrupt. That's the truth.
Well, it lets us have autonomy in the decisions made in the district, because we will lose that if we don't make cuts.
Go ahead again.
That we will lose autonomy and the power to make decisions in this district if we don't make cuts. That decision-making will be taken away from us.
That is true. I mean, again, Oakland is your object lesson here. In 2003, 2002, they were taken over by the state. They were given one of the biggest takeover loans in the state of California history, $100 million. They still owe $33 million almost 20 years later, and they're still paying millions of dollars, $3 million of interest every year. Yes, it's a much bigger district, about 10 times the size of this district, but they are paying millions of dollars. We would be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in interest in each year with loans that we would incur, and that would mean that you would have people, not this elected board, not listening to you, not caring about you, not your neighbors representing you. You would have people coming in, you'd have a state appointees, yes, you would not have autonomy. It would no longer be a public school system. It would no longer be a democratically elected board. The county takeover is a real, very real thing. However, I think there is an argument here that we could make the number of cuts that is required by the county or less, and still have a healthy fiscal outlook. And I think there are some things here we can shave off here. I just want to make sure, what I appreciate about the advocacy is tonight, what you hear is the things that I would recommend that you look to shaving, right? You've heard, this is what's the beautiful thing about democratic organization. So just like last time, I would ask you, hey, I'll come back next time with another proposal and we will shave this off, but depending on your values that you speak tonight. Again, I serve at the pleasure of the board and the community.
I'd love to make a couple general comments and then some specific ones and some specific questions. So first off, I want to once again thank the community for the 75% support of the parcel tax. It would be a much more stressful evening tonight if we did not have that extra 1.6. So we have 8 years, which is a little longer than before. So thank you to the community and to everybody here who voted for it, who worked really hard on it. Again, I can't express that enough. Second, I want to keep in mind what Sean has reiterated several times. We are required to make a list of cuts by December. That list is not implemented until February, March, May. The budget is going to come out in January. There is good signs that it will increase some of our school funding. I want us all to keep that hat on and know that we don't want to make these cuts. I mean, I want to make the solar and the efficiencies and those kind of savings, but I don't want to make any of the other ones. And so we want everyone to take that breath that Sean has talked about and realize that as long as we're making cuts that are not irrevocable, we can pull them back. So I want to get to my point from before, which is that my two criteria in looking at the cuts are things that we can pull back if we need to, that we can easily reorganize, and second, stuff that can potentially be backfilled by other organizations. In that line, I would personally like to once again propose we take closing Kings Mountain off the list, especially with the right sizing, the middle approach that you have addressed. There would still be some cost savings. I don't know what they would be, $60,000 or $80,000 from that. And then we could really work with that community on how can we save those costs, but keep the school open and decrease that stress, because I think that is really, really real. And the fact that it's filtering down to the children breaks my heart, because I have kids. I know how that feels. And I was explaining to Amber and Bob on Monday, I said, just those couple of days when they thought about closing Farallon View, which is where my children went, they don't go there anymore, but it's down the street. I hear the kids when I'm at home. It stressed me out. And my kids aren't even there, and that was taken off after about 3 days, right? And I'm one of the decision makers, so I can't even imagine the kinds of stress that you and your children are feeling with this prospect. So once again, I'd like to throw that out to the board. If we can come to some kind of consensus sooner rather than later, so that people can enjoy their holidays and get ready for the season and not be waiting until December 12th again to make that decision. So I want to throw that out. I would also like to suggest that we take the community liaisons off as well, but consider other reductions like you've talked about. Maybe they're not needed on all school sites. Maybe there are other reductions in office staff that we can do that preserves the community liaison position. So I would like to suggest that as well. That would maybe be more of an estimated savings of $100,000 instead of the $200,000. And again, I think there's stress around these things, and I think we need to respond to our community in that way.
But I think that is what he's saying for the community liaisons. We're not taking them off. It is
You
the
are combining them, and I think what they're talking about is actually keeping that and then maybe trying to combine. And what I'm suggesting is keeping community liaisons, because I think if you combine them, I think we can talk about it, but I think that then it kind of dilutes what they do. So if you can combine attendance clerk with something else perhaps, or at schools where it's not as needed, then you can combine them. Just creating some kind of savings for $100,000 that preserves that community liaison position is my personal suggestion. The third thing that I'd like to recommend is that we keep some aspect of the community sports program. I think the community sports program is so, so important. And I do think music is important as well. I think that will be backfilled, and if it won't, we'll do whatever we can to fill it again. We're not letting go of that. But for the $100,000, if we can do it 50% or 25%, reduce the cut, it'll allow us the ability to get some backfilling, but keep the program intact as it is. Because the ability for kids at that age to try out different sports, it really is one of those motivating things that keeps kids coming to school. And it is also exercise. It's something they can do after school. That middle school years, I see them running around the library, and I see them running around buying junk food after school. So we need to get them exercising and doing other stuff rather than those things. So those are my three kind of I'd really like to see changed sooner rather than later. I'll throw that out.
Thank you for your input. That helps for me for direction.
Come on, it sounds all of those and turn your thing on. I can't. Do you have something? it's because the cuts that you brought to us really exceed by 0.4 million, you know, that, you know, maybe we can, if we could agree on a group of these to not put forward collectively, then we're still in bounds of the 2.5. So I'm asking, what was the, do you want to talk to the rationale of why you brought 2.9 where we have 2.5 required?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, last time at the last meeting, and I understand, Kim, you couldn't be here because of business, so, and so I get that. The direction that the board gave me last time, I invited and asked for it, and I appreciate the board giving it to me, was, hey, 3.8's not required. I immediately wanted to take El Granada and Farallon View consolidation off the list. I did signal at that time that there were some positions that I thought were just not viable to cut. I brought that back, and the reason why I brought back 2.9 is because, quite frankly, I didn't want you to have to like sit here tonight and in December trying to debate the point to go from 3.8 all the way down to 2.5 or 6. I thought I would make this easier. I was glad that the board gave me direction and allowed me to do that. I think we've been able to bring back again, we cut the intermediate and high school from a 1.2 million cut list down to 750,000, and we took the elementary school cut list from 950,000 and brought it down to 560,000. The reason why I brought back 2.9 is because I thought that the community would weigh in and that the board would then direct me, as Freya has now done, and given her input, and I'm going to like take this from the board and then probably be bringing back in a resolution in December. We have heard, the people have spoken, the board has spoken. We're not going to please everybody, and we know that everybody has interests and standpoints and opinions and values. But we would hopefully get from you tonight some direction so that I could bring back another proposal, much like I brought back the Kings Mountain, middle ground proposal for you to think about.
Okay, so my thoughts revolve a lot around what you guys have said already, that just because we're saying we're gonna, change the community liaisons or the sports or the music or the dean position or the 6-period day at Cunha, that doesn't mean it's gonna happen. It means we're putting it out as potential cuts, and we're gonna see how it goes. I mean, the numbers haven't really, the 6-period day at Cunha, that really hasn't been delved into deeply. That's my understanding?
That's an exploration, and I've heard from people, hey, what are you doing? We looked at this 20 years ago, it'll never work, we're not gonna save money, and what I wanna say about that is, when I say et cetera, these are just, quite frankly, proposals about how to look at it. We know that we have some classes, particularly at the high school, John and I have talked about this. It may be difficult, but we may have to not have some classes that are under-enrolled. This is what districts do when we make these kind of cuts. Everybody's got to bear some burden of that. But back to your point, if 6-period day doesn't save us money at the middle school, we won't do it. But because of the contract and the total student limits on a teacher, and that's something that I can't negotiate. I have to be at the table that would negotiate that contract, and I'm not going to negotiate away from the table. But because of the contractual reality, when you have a 7-period day, and because of the number of student contacts you can have during a 7-period day, if you had a 6-period day, you could have classes that were higher enrolled, thus they would be running more efficiently, thus you might save some people. It may not work here, but we've seen it work in other districts. I know these aren't other districts, but we've got to try, we've got to look. And I think there would be an argument that we could look at the schedules at both the high school and the middle school and shave some savings.
Well, and the same for the sports. I mean, we're saying we're gonna cut 100% of the sports at Cunha, but I don't think anyone really thinks that's what's gonna happen. Because I mean, as things pan out and we find out how much money we have and we find out how much, input we get from our community partners, then that's all gonna play out. And, you're so new, we haven't had those conversations yet. So it's gonna take some time. So I feel pretty
comfortable putting out that big number, because I feel like we can put it out there, and I would like to see what we look like lean. And I would like to have extra money to be able to decide what's best to do with. So I'd like to put it out there and then pull it back as we see fit, as we have more money come in. And because we don't have all the answers, we don't have all the answers around the 6-period day and who's going to help us out for what. So I'm comfortable with doing that. The other thing I wanted
I'm just gonna add before you go to the other thing,
Yeah, no, go.
what she said. I couldn't agree with you more, and just in terms of thinking about this process, right? And like I said, I went through line by line and added up the ones that are like a little bit like wishy-washy, right? Like $500,000, which is good, right? Because you should have to have these big savings that you have to look at, but we don't have those answers today, right? But we have like between the two levels of schools, like $500,000 for like tighter scheduling, which could be 6-period day, it could be something else. We don't know. It could be 500, it could be 200. Like, you know, to me, there's a lot of unknowns in terms of feasibility for certain things like that, right? There's unknowns in terms of how much we can rely on our community partners, and for sure I don't take it for granted, especially from the PTOs. I don't particularly see as like stepping up to support in this way for the same reasons. I can't remember who it was. I mentioned it earlier, like the fundraising is always a challenge when the enrollment goes down too. But we do have a lot of really amazing conversations that you've had with different groups across the coast side to figure out like of these chunks, like what can be taken on. And I can envision like with the sports, like I don't envision a world where that's going to go away 100%. Right. I think something's going to happen. I don't know what yet, but I think that's part of the ambiguity that we have to live with. I wish I had that magic box that someone mentioned earlier to just make it all easy. We all know, and it's like good. We go home and we're all happy, right? But we don't. The reality is, like budgets are real, and to get money for one thing, you got to take it from somewhere else. And the other thing with the budget and looking at like a bigger savings as your goal, knowing you're probably not going to get there entirely, like I do feel pretty strongly we need to plan ahead for some spending that isn't yet anywhere on the paper, and that includes our employees and making sure that we're supporting our employees and paying our employees what they're worth. And I don't know what that solution is yet, but like let's plan ahead so we're not like in December after our meeting and thinking, oh yeah, we need $500,000 for, for raises first.
I'm sorry, you seriously want to cut when you don't know what, I don't understand that, Sophia. Because you're talking about, you're talking about closing Kings Mountain because we might at some point have some costs we could use that money for?
Well, we haven't discussed that yet.
No, well, you're talking about you want the full 2.9 million in cuts so that you have some flexibility because you don't know what will happen.
So I did not say anything
You can
about.
always add extra cuts.
But I did not say anything.
That was what I wanted to
did not. I want to be clear. I did not say anything about $2.9 million. I said we need to plan ahead financially. So when I'm managing my family's.
I think both of you say 2.9 sounds good to me. Am I not imagining that? No.
I don't think that Kings Mountain is a cost. It's costing us anymore if we look at the middle ground. So
yeah,
why don't I finish what I'm saying?
Sorry, so
because
go
it's
back.
getting us into trouble.
I want to make a comment about 2.9 versus 2.5 because I think what our goal is also one of those things that we should try and talk about. So if that's not what you said, then that's fine. But if it is what you said, I think we should have a discussion so that Sean understands what our consensus direction is. So I guess I just wanted clarification from you two. Is 2.9 your goal?
I think the goal should be to cut as much as we can from the list that Sean has. I think if we can cut more and we think it's reasonable, I think it would be nice to have that money in the pot to be able to give our teachers and administrators some raises down the line. I do want to talk about Kings Mountain because before we go on here, because I know this is a big part of it. I do appreciate the middle ground. I think that's a great option to go with. I think I'm really encouraged by talking with the people from Kings Mountain at their willingness to accept kids that might be a great school for them, a great option for them. And that they've already looked into in the past, getting grants for shuttles to try to get some of those kids up there. I think if we go from the 3 teachers to the 2 teachers, that does put us in line cost-wise with other schools. And I actually think we're now looking at a possible loss because of losing students, which I think is going to be significant. So I like the middle ground for Kings Mountain, and I think the Kings Mountain people are happy to go that way, and I appreciate their willingness to work and get kids up there that might be good, and I appreciate their willingness to try to be equitable with the rest of the district. So I'm really happy with that middle ground, and I don't know what that does to the number, I guess.
I mean, I could bring it back. I'm reticent to bring back the cost of the 3rd teacher out of respect for the individual. I will say that there was a parent, I mentioned him earlier, George Hilly. I really appreciate him. He's a scientist, and he said, Sean, we need to do this work, not for right now, but going forward, to really talk about all the inputs of the school, because he wants to look at it as a scientist and say, hey, where can we save and what's equitable funding and yada, yada, yada. But I think if you know what we're trying to do in a short amount of time, I was trying to provide a middle ground as a way to split the difference, for you to invite you to think about it as not a false dichotomy, on or off, but to really parse it a little bit closer and to use the one thing, which is parity, sort of equality of staffing, contractual, which we've heard on both sides. I do appreciate that several Kings Mountain people, whether it's Amber, Bob, Marty, several have come tonight and said we could live with that, and we think it's fair, and that other people have spoken to me from other schools, emailed me, spoken to me recently, hey, we think that's fair. I think I hear 2 of the board members saying you think that's fair. I do think this is a stressful, emotional time for that part of our community. And I say our community because even though I drive here from San Francisco and I'm not of this community, I still know people and I still consider them kindred spirits. And I still consider them brothers and sisters and mothers and fathers, and I value them like I value all the people on this that were impacted by this. So I think I hear 2 people saying the middle ground on the board, and I think it'd be good to keep going, but yes, to your point, Mary Beth, the more we can cut, the better your multi-year projections will be, and the more you will have going forward, years going forward, that will put you into fiscal health, which will mean that we can restore more things and also keep an eye on our employees' salaries and benefits, which I will tell you, when Sophia brought it up at the last board meeting, is an important value to me. It is. It's an important value to me that our employees are taken care of too.
I agree. Whether you like it or not, you are now a part of this community. I had one more thing about Kings Mountain that we haven't really talked about, but I think is very important, is also the condition of the school. The condition of that school is actually in very good shape, from my understanding. Go
to El Granada and compare.
Yeah. I mean, I'm worried about pouring a lot of bond money into something when we have 2 schools that are in really bad shape that need to be rebuilt. So the fact that we don't have significant amounts of work to do up there is also important to me.
I will tell you that I've had the architects, they will be coming out in December to do visioning with El Granada and Farallon View with faculty and family members, because of course I've said to you, those have got to be the priorities because those are the campuses that I find the worst off. But Kings Mountain, because there's really not many classrooms and they're mostly modular classrooms, I mean, we could look at that. I could have the architect look at that. It could be bond money. You could feel good about, addressing that. But again, my priority has to be Farallon View and El Granada because I've just walked on those campuses and seen how they're rusting into the sea.
I'm gonna first off start off with the community liaison position, and right here I guess I'm confused. So it says 100K, 2.5 full time. So that's what does it cost to have the clerk and the liaison? I guess I'm confused.
Yeah, I mean, I would probably want to bring that back to you with a better data, and so I'm not spitballing it right now. And probably bring it back to you with a proposal about a right-sizing proposal so that we look at the number of English language learners, or particularly Spanish speakers, because let's be honest, the community liaison, they're not speaking Latvian or Estonian, they're speaking Spanish. So nothing against my Latvian and Estonian friends, but this is a Spanish-speaking position. But yeah, I mean, I think.
Because I'm looking at the numbers, and for example, at Hatch, just as Latinos, it's 57%.
That's right.
At El Granada, it's 56%.
That's right.
And so, and then I'm also looking at ELD, and those are English language learners. And so to have, for example, Hatch, a population of 563, and 234 of them are English language learners.
Yes.
I honestly think that even if we did keep the community liaison, to have Griselda, who is their clerk, is also going to be very devastating, because at any given point, you know, Ellie, the community liaison, or even Aurora, the community liaison at El Granada, who also has a high percentage and a high, I mean, not as high as Hatch, but they have a significant number of ELD learners versus Fair Longview, who only has, from a population of 306, only 95. And thank you to Leticia Batia for the information. And I'm also, I strongly believe that when we engage with the parents and build those connections earlier on is very important.
I agree.
I'm not dismissing the importance of the community liaisons in the other schools, by no means, but I think especially Hatch and El Granada is something to consider, because if you combine them, it's still, they do have a lot of similarities, but the fact that they're there and they speak Spanish is so essential, and any of the teachers or the staff will let you know, because they're either, I mean, they do everything and anything. They give teachers breaks, and then when they're taken away from the office, when Spanish-speaking parents come for whatever reason, there's no one there really to help them out, unless, you know, unless the principal, and it's I mean, we can talk about like their actual duties that they do that are not on here, but I just think it's something to consider, not to take away, you know, the clerk and the liaison, and especially in these schools that have high population of ELD, and and the community, and the clerk at Hatch is fluent, and she's always, you know, very helpful, very knowledgeable, and they're a team, so I think that's something to consider. So that's why I was curious to see independently how much the savings are.
So if I may, Lizette, what I would like to do is, for the December meeting, bring back a presentation of what I think a ratio, sorry to sound, I'm not a science person or a math person per se, but a ratio based on what you were talking about, considering the numbers of Hatch, and following student need, based on English language learner, Spanish-speaking family, Hispanohablante, all that, what would you require as far as staffing there in comparison to El Granada, and perhaps saying we could right-size this and have a rational, scientific kind of, you know, student need. Again, knowing that many Moonridge families have indicated, you know, we are going to continue the survey with our Fair Lawn View families, the ones who haven't finished the survey, but if many of them wind up going to Hatch, I agree entirely that we would need to maintain that. But if we lose many Spanish speakers at Fair Lawn View, sadly, I would argue, if we're doing student need, we might look at a different ratio. I will also say that attendance clerk, you might need more of an attendance clerk at a school of 550, 600 than you do at a school of 250, 300, right? Yeah. Makes sense. It's logical. So again, this is kind of the things that I inherited from what Finance Committee and former administration gave me, and I couldn't stand seeing community liaisons alone on that list. knowing as I do my value for Spanish-speaking population and their needs here in this community. So I added attendance clerks. I think what I'm hearing from different people, especially from the community, is come back and right size, I hate to put it that way, but follow student need with a ratio for you to understand and show you what those savings would be.
Please. And then, I don't know if the dean is still here from Cunha. She left. Well, if you're watching this, I just, you know, there's 765 kids and 137 of them are ELD. And at that point, I mean, if we're still needing to support them to be reclassified so that hopefully by the time they reach high school, they're eligible for college prep classes, I think that's also a very important thing to, I think
Agreed.
that I get it that it's just one period, but that one period makes a difference. And I was, we did like walkthroughs with Miss Leticia, and I saw firsthand the work that she did, and you know, just to see all the support that she gives when she doesn't pull them out, she meets with them in the classroom is very important for these ELD learners who have, for whatever reason, not been able to get reclassified and are still struggling in that aspect, and they're in Cunha. And I think her function is I get it, it's one period, but I'd like to stress how important it is to support these kids who are usually underserved and are struggling. And I have a lot of faith in Leticia, who's also new to our district, and just all the wonderful things that she's doing with with all these kids every day, every child, and also with ELD support and just working to improve, you know, the curriculum. And I just thank you for all your work. And that was one of the points I had.
So on that point, because I had listed alternative funding source identified, if I could not find that from a benefactor, and I'm not suggesting PTO, just for the record, I mean, look, I've heard very loud and clear, even when I showed the PTO slide from a PTO president, Sean, the PTOs are gonna think that you're looking to us to fund those things, and that doesn't feel good. I get it. I totally get it. That's not what I was looking for as far as an alternative funding source. What I will also say that I could look at Dr. Patia and Mr. Contreras, knowing as I do that their categorical acumen, we can also look at alternative funding. Yeah, Leticia's giving me the big thumbs up. I could probably bring that to you, particularly because now that we have the job description and got that from Mr. Barnes a couple weeks ago, I think we could probably look at a categorical funding source. I would hope we can investigate it and bring it back to you at the next board meeting.
Thank you. And then I just wrote a whole bunch of things because I was like, oh, I better not forget that. I wanted to thank Mr. Ward from the high school for reaching out. As a board member, I'm busy and I see things and then I'm like, oh, I want to go do that, or I want to make sure I check that out, and then I forget. And I'm old school. I still do the paper calendar thing. I don't do it on my phone. And when you send us emails and invite us, thank you, Kings Mountain, for inviting us for the soup tomorrow. And I'm like, unless I call in sick. Yeah, because and last year, unfortunately, I wasn't able to go because it was postponed. And then the fact that I got a personal invitation from president, the PTO president's daughter, $3. So if you want to learn how to hula hoop for $3, and
personal fundraiser.
Yes, disclosure. So I just want to reach out to the community and just remind them that please reach out, invite us. I mean, you invited us to the winter. I'm gonna forget, and I don't have my calendar with me. So please, the concert. Yeah. Okay, I'll remember that. That I will remember. So thank you, and thank you for just keeping contact with us and communicating about all the wonderful things that our students and the communities helping them do. I mean, it's amazing, all the things that the kids do. So thank you. I also want to thank the CUTA president and vice president for taking the time to meet with us, and just their dedication. I really want to acknowledge, the amazing work the teachers do and how they are the true heroes of our schools. Just doing the great work that they do, teaching our kids and being patient and being more than just teachers. I mean, second parents. I'm hoping that my child, that's the second parent. I don't know if I'm saying it right, but I feel very comfortable leaving them at school and making sure that their needs are going to be met. And we have amazing teachers here at Cabrillo, so thank you. I do want to, though, acknowledge the fact that I was a little bothered with a comment where I think they mentioned teachers might be thinking that this is their fault, because we've been talking about how a lot of our budget goes to pay salaries and pensions, and at no point in any conversations with Dr. McPetrich or any of the board members have I ever felt that being the tone of the conversation of just this budget crisis. We're in a budget crisis and it's difficult. Also, thank you Amber and Bob for meeting with me. I think it's amazing the support that you have for your mountain little school in the mountain is just, it's admirable, it's respectful, and it's truly amazing, and I like to thank you for that. I also, I'm thank you for the middle ground. I think that I'm very comfortable saying that I totally support the middle ground, and helping them. I can't say, for sure. I want to say I just admire the work that they're doing and meeting us halfway and not just saying, well, I don't care, we want our school to stay open. It's like they're looking into transportation and helping with enrollment and realizing they're gonna not have a principal and maybe not a third teacher and all that great stuff. So I really want to say, I think that I really like the middle ground, and as a parent, I can only imagine how stressful it must be for you to, go every day just wondering, have I done enough? Have I said enough? Is this enough? What else can I do? And I see it in your emails every single day, and I'm like a professional scammer now. I'm like, so yes, and I totally understand. I mean, I worked in the Honda for over 10 years, and I've also visited the school, and it wouldn't be the same even if it was relocated. I think that's part of what makes it special is the location, and that's something to acknowledge. What else was I gonna say? Transfer. I also, and the only thing I do want to say though, and I get that this whole thing about Kings Mountain brings up a lot of just emotions, and some people are saddened, other people are angry, other people are frustrated, and all I have to say though is as a parent, I hear where some people are coming from, and them saying that if the school is to close, they will be going elsewhere, either homeschooling, transfers, or the private sector. And as a parent, I totally agree. If I had those means and I had those opportunities and those resources, and I was faced with that situation, maybe that is a reality. But I think as a co-sider, and I've been here for over 35 years, we came straight from Mexico, and we haven't left. And I just feel like as a co-sider, it's not in our nature to just throw the towel away and turn our backs. I definitely appreciate everybody taking their time and being here, but I also feel like as a co-sider, just trying to be informed and just try and stay positive and be informed, and even if you were to not bring your children to one of the district schools, at the end of the day, if you're not leaving the coast side, our kids are still gonna be, we're neighbors, like you guys said, we're neighbors, and our kids will bump into each other, so hopefully, it never happens, but, hopefully that we keep in mind, that, we have to support our kids. So I agree with, Freya, I really like the middle ground, I think that's reasonable. And like I said to Bob and Amber, I'm fairly new to the board, and when they first spoke about the closure of Kings Mountain, they were talking about some 500K savings, and it's not as significant as that.
Just to that point, it was my understanding that people were told that there would be some $500,000-$600,000 in savings. You never save with a school closure. This is true in my experience. You always overestimate what you're going to save. The truth of the matter is the majority of costs are teachers in classrooms, as it should be, and it usually follows. And in this case, you couldn't sell the property because I understand there's a trust deed and it has to be a school, is my understanding. And there is the idea that you would lose students, you would lose ADA. And yeah, the $500,000, $600,000 quote, whoever wound up giving that, it was unrealistic. We trued that up, and yes, I think that's important for the record.
And lastly, just, I also want to go for the bigger number, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't want to cut anything, so I don't know how that's gonna happen. I don't know how we're gonna go for the smaller number, and I want the music to stay, I want sports to stay, I want everybody to stay, so.
Maybe Sean has a solution for that,
I magic.
It's called the magic box.
So,
Bring me that magic box.
yeah, I agree with I appreciate very much the middle solution for Kings Mountain. I think that provides the equity. I want to acknowledge not only all of the Kings Mountain emails and letters, because they were all lovely, but I want to acknowledge the parents that aren't Kings Mountain parents that were concerned about equity. And so this is, we need to honor those parents as well, and I think this middle ground does that if we kind of right-size those classrooms, so that meets the intent. Yeah, I don't want to make any cuts either. But I think shooting closer to that 2.5 is appropriate for now, and that we stick to it, and that the way we get that recovery on teacher salaries is, and then have that wiggle room is in anticipation of the governor's budget in January, having sat with Mark Berman today in Mountain View at the Silicon Valley Foundation. They're being fairly optimistic. Let's hope that we don't have, the constraints that we have now. The state, I appreciate the fact that there were a number of pieces of conversation, so not just from Cabrillo, but other districts as well, talking about the potential for locality pay adjustments depending on where you live in the state, because we are such a high cost of living area.
For 4 hours.
And anyways, I just think there's that potential. So now was he right now?
Sorry, Steve.
Sorry about that.
It only goes 4 hours, yeah.
Sorry.
I got another one though.
Sorry, we're long-winded. Oh, but, I'm getting tired too.
Are you done? I just got one comment. When we keep saying we're happy with the middle ground for Kings Mountain, I actually think that's not a good way to say it, because that sounds like they were way up here on costs and everyone else was way down here, and now we're in this middle ground. When really I feel like it's now equitable. So I think maybe that's a better way to say it, because when we say middle ground, I feel like that's still saying we're giving them something more. So I don't know, that was just one thing I noticed. And another thing I was thinking was maybe when we think about these cuts we make, it's not so much cuts because it's not cutting all the community liaisons, it's streamlining. So maybe streamlining is a better word to use. That just, it makes it sound like we're getting more efficient and that we're not, you know, taking the floor out from
Oh,
under.
there was something Sean said, I think he called it at one point budget realignment, something like that. Like that was because I think that's what I feel like as well, like when we get into a lot of these, it's not so much that like the work will be cut or the program will be cut, but it's just that like we need to just not spend as much money on it in some way, shape or form, right? And that to me is like where I feel optimistic that we can make progress in a lot of these things and not actually cut the service or cut the program, and why I'm more comfortable being like more bullish on like let's cut a bigger number because we know probably most of those programs aren't going to work, and really going through them like line by line, like there's a lot of, I mean, some of these are pretty risky. There's a lot of uncertainty, right? So like saving energy costs with water conservation, LED lighting replacement, solar, etc., 200K, like that's going to involve millions of dollars of bond spend. We're not quite ready to, like that needs to be worked up like quite a bit before we can say, is it 200, is it 400, is it 100? That could all go away. Right, so that's like has a lot of uncertainty. The CUSD rental fees being collected 150K, or those organizations could decide it's too expensive, and that goes and they opt out, and that goes away. So that's where I feel like I'd rather have like a longer list, and then things will go away because they're just not feasible, and or things will get taken up by other organizations. Like the Cunha Dean, I couldn't agree more. Like that needs to just, from my view, needs to not go away. I'm fine keeping on a cut list or realignment list or whatever if for the time being, knowing that like that would be something I would strongly recommend we pull back if we don't get funding. But if we want to keep it there because we want to get external funding and therefore it's a cut from our budget but not a cut for the work, like that's how I see this whole process. The other ones would be that have like uncertainty just to kind of finish out would be the community liaisons, again, where I see that more as like some kind of savings from a potential reorganization. Work it up, bring it back, tell us what the organization would be, tell us what the savings would be. The tighter staffing too, I think that has a lot of like unknown variable because it's like 500,000 among all our schools. That has a lot of uncertainty too. So I'd say shoot for 500K, but that's a big chunk of the 2.9 million total. So I don't know how that's going to work out until you work it up and with your principals. So those are the intermediate and high school, and then the elementary school, same liaisons, tighter staffing, enclosure at Kings Mountain. I agree, like some kind of, I don't know what we call it, middle ground or whatever, something that make the funding more equitable. I don't know if this is the right answer. I would need some more time to think about it and talk about it, but I feel like having the conversations we've had and the spirit and the leadership from our Kings Mountain community and from yourself, Sean, to say, let's work out something that we could do to, basically the principle is like make the funding more equitable among our students. And I think we heard from some parents with that objective as well. I don't know what that benchmark is yet, but the other nice thing is we will have a CBO starting next week. It can also, I think, add flavor and add like a new fresh perspective to like a lot of these things and say, you know what, if you want equity, here's some ways that you can, look at these situations. So I would also say, like, on all of this, like, I'm going to be realistic and say I'm going to be more financially conservative and say I'm expecting things to not change a whole lot in Sacramento until it changes a lot in Sacramento, and then it's probably going to change back. So let's like be careful, right? Because we don't want to be having this conversation again a year from now. I do not want to have this conversation again a year from now.
Well,
I want us to be clear and out, and start to, and give us some room to grow, right? I don't want to be just have our heads barely above water, and then in 3 months we're looking at our teachers saying, "I'm sorry, we can't," right? So that's the other thing I want to just add there. And again, and I'm comfortable saying, like, we need to plan, and our priority should be our employees, should be our educators, because this is a service organization, right? That is, if we're spending money on stuff besides our employees, I'm not sure, that would never make sense. So I feel good about that, right? Like prioritizing our employees, so.
I think in December, when we vote on this initial round of cuts, our job isn't done. That we still have opportunity, and as a group in our retreat last summer, we're looking at the longer term strategic planning. I know that Leticia is already working with visual and performing arts from the county, and that the district's looking at how we can have real connectivity from elementary to middle to high school, that this is not static. It's going to be dynamic, and we're very concerned about long-term health of the district for all of our students. And so just because we've made this set of cuts doesn't mean we're not looking for other ways to streamline. And I will say that I would request, my request is I understand how important our administrators are. I really do. And I'd appreciate knowing a little bit more compared to other districts our size, what the administrative overhead is, and are there any creative options we might have? And again, I know I'm just kind of poking at the sides there, but that's my ask.
No, I think that's a reasonable ask, and just so you know, I will be requesting from School Services of California for negotiations purposes, so we can do this rationally and scientifically, the SABRE and Katie reports. SABRE, I think, is salary and benefit report of employees, so that we can look at this. What I will tell you is that what I've been told is that our administrators and confidential are underpaid compared to their analogous counterparts throughout the county. And that teachers and classified staff received, because I'm a Me Too kind of guy, right? And then when we do it again, I would hope that we would continue to keep taking care of our administrators, because I don't think anybody in this room is suggesting that our principals and our assistant principals and our confidential employees should receive less. I think all our employees need to receive more. And the truth of the matter is, because of professional jurisdiction.
I agree.
Okay, but with that said, Kim, I agree with you. Comparison of admin overhead to other districts. I have shown that we have made a lot of sacrifices, several sacrifices in the district, but I will be happy in the year ahead in 2020 to bring you an accounting of how we are staffed and how we measure up to the Joneses across the hill and in the state, because I think you might see that we should aspire to that. I think that's fair. I think that's on a total agnostic kind of radical symmetry level. Yes, let's look at best practice. Let's look at how the rest of the world lives, and let's aim toward that. I agree.
And we are talking a lot about, oh, we can make these cuts and we can pull them back, and I don't want to be, belittle that either, because really we got to be serious about these cuts, because we need to show the county that we can make these cuts, and we can do it. We can do it on our own. So.
To that point, Mary Beth, I mean, here's the thing, and this is what I want to just be very clear with the board about. In December, we will bring a multi-year projection based on the parcel tax passing. And you will see that we will either make the out years or we won't. And because we're in a conditional budget from the county, they're probably not just going to say, oh, you make it in year 1 and year 2, you're all good, go ahead. They're probably going to look at year 3 and year 4. If you make cuts that are like this, knowing that we might restore them or the budget picture may change, I just want to prepare everybody for that next whiplash moment, because if we make all these cuts, then all of a sudden people are going to look at 3-4 years out and go, oh my God, what were you doing? You made all these cuts. It was like the sky is falling, and now look at the out years. You're going to have all this money now because you made the cuts. That's how it works. And there is predicted a recession in 2021. I hate to sound like Jerry Brown or something. Love you, Jerry. I just think I just want to make sure we manage expectations. No matter what you do, you turn left, someone said you should have turned right, you turn right, somebody says, why'd you turn at all? I think in this regard, I think we have to play it safe. The county requires to do us. They say it's 2.6 million. I think you'll see that if we do that, you'll be in a fiscal shape that is a positive outlook. We'll get out of the hole, we'll be back into a positive budget state, but then prepare for it, because then we'll have this same kind of argument again and the trade-offs, and wait, I want more of this, and I want more of this. And we are going to require fiscal discipline and austerity and constraint going forward for the health of this community. I will say also that, you know, the middle ground option, which I think I've heard every board member say, go ahead, Kings Mountain, so if I can just synthesize this, I think you're going off to give thanks tonight. Which I think is fair.
They look ready to party.
Yeah, which I think is fair. I think this is more about parity, fairness, consideration for the mountain as part of our community, and it's more about equal than it is about equity. I think we have a long way to go in this district to start having the equity conversations where we're looking at the needs of low socioeconomic status families who need more, of English language learners who need more. And that's going to be an uncomfortable conversation. I went through this for years, almost 20 years in another community where it was a West End, East End divide. And we had 2 assistant principals at the West End High School, and we had 2 assistant principals at the East End High School, because the needs were different. I think if we all take a breath, I think if we're patient, I think if we're austere, I think if we love one another, and I think if we listen, and I think if we keep challenging one another to say, how do we get better as a community, I have faith in the Coast Side to do that. I'm inspired by you. I'm sorry that I have the job that I have to do at times. But I think I heard very clearly what I need to bring back as far as a resolution for December.
And so if we're at 2.6, does that put us okay 3 years out?
Yes, the letter of lack of going concern presented at the last board meeting said $2.6 million. So that would be your target. So if you want, I will bring back a resolution totaling 2.6 million, with the caveat that if we can reevaluate and restore, we shall, and that will put us in a better fiscal position. I will say, I'm going to be completely transparent and honest about this. I'm starting to hate the word transparent, but people use it a lot. The reason why you have to get into a good fiscal position too is because you have bonds and you have interest on those bonds. And if you go into a bad fiscal outlook, then your bond gets downgraded to such a point that you as taxpayers are paying more money in taxes. And that's a feel bad for everybody too. We are trying to be responsible with your money, and we're trying to be responsible with our operations. And for me, that's 3 things. And I want us to remember that about the triple bottom line. It's taking care of our people, and that's our families and our students and our employees and our neighbors. That's taking care of, I call it prosperity and not profits, because I don't want to sound like a business. We have to be prosperous. We have to take care of one another. That includes our human resources. That includes taking care of one another and respecting and challenging, but respectfully. And I appreciate that about what's happened here so much. And we have to look at our environment. We have to look at the planet. We have to make good decisions about our planet, because you live in one of the most beautiful places I've ever lived in California. So I just hope that everyone will understand why I think it's important for us to look at the triple bottom line, whether it's the Redwoods, the Coast Side, our people. It's inspiring. So I look forward to bringing a resolution back in December to synthesize what we talked about tonight.
And I just want to add, in terms of the target number, how do you want to deal with the hedging? Because not all these 2.6 are going to materialize. So if we do that, I think we need to be prepared for over the next couple months to make some more decisions for cuts, right?
Yes, that would be
That's the drawback of going for the low.
Yeah, no, so I mean, The 2.6 is not a low.
Right. So
We could go lower, I don't wanna do that.
Yeah, yeah, for positive.
Yes,
You don't
for
wanna stay
positive,
quali-
we
you don't
wanna
go
stay
qualified a year later.
No,
not
that's
helpful.
why go through all this pain when you have to go through it again. I will, to your point, Sophia, and I think it's an important one to bring up. When I say that I'm gonna try to bring back $150,000 in facilities rental, it's because I know that some people are not paying rent and we're gonna have to charge rent. And I've ticked some people off in your community by saying, I can't do this, I can't do that, and you need to pay me more money. But that is an aspiration. People could leave. When I look at John or James and think about principals of the high school or the middle school, I can put out there, yeah, we're gonna save $300,000 with tighter staffing at the middle and high school, intermediate and high school. It's going to require some discipline and some sacrifice, and we'll help them do it. But that could not be realized too. So yes, I think even if we bring back a 2.6 million and we don't make that 300 and the other 150 and another 150, we're more that we may not realize, you know, we're gonna aim at it.
Real quick question on that. So the county is okay with the list as you have it, though? The county's looked at those cuts and said that, yes, these are legitimate cuts, that if you commit to make in December, we will be satisfied.
They said $2.6 million in actionable cuts. That's what the letter of lack of going concern talks about. And
But they've continued to look at your process and
Yeah.
your list, and they have not said, no, that doesn't count as a cut. Or
they have not, and I'm sure that if they, they have not. That said, it could always be that they think, oh, that's not realistic. But again, I think they have said to us that the last time they met with us that they thought we were earnest, that they thought we were well-intentioned, that they thought we were doing more work than others. I will tell you, Sacramento City went through this process last spring, and now they're at a place where, oh my God, you can't make the cuts, you're not doing it, and they're looking at potential county takeover. I don't know if that's gonna work. I hope that our friends in Sacramento don't have to do that.
So my point is that the county, if we make a resolution based on the cuts that you've proposed, the county is okay with that, as far
That
as
is
you
what,
know.
that is what they requested of us, 2.6 million in actionable cuts.
Okay, great. And I just want to real quick also say thank you again to the board members for agreeing to take Kings Mountain, the closing of Kings Mountain off the table, because I think that that is a really important thing.
And should we just confirm that to make sure we're clear on, because I guess I'm not clear on the middle ground, and do we want to work it up? Because I heard from Mary Beth, like a little bit more information, or do we want to, I guess, because a lot of these things would say we're probably going to take them off at some point, right? So do we want to take it off because it's stressful, and that could be a reason that we do it? The reason being, and I just want to be really clear, that proposal I don't think is necessarily equitable. Do we want to give that, it's a step towards equity, it's probably more equality, as you said, right? But it doesn't take into it.
I move we just go on
So
and
can I
vote
finish?
on that one item.
I'm not done, so. What?
You can give a recommendation.
So, if I could just be heard out. So my point is that I think there's more discussion around equity, and if we say we're not ready there, and we want to have that as an aspirational thing, I think we can take that forward. I don't know that I'm ready to make that decision tonight. I just don't know. But I feel like,
Can I just, real quick, I think that equity issue that Sean has mentioned and that we've talked about is a larger discussion. That's the spring when we look at all of our different school sites, what our resources are, what we're spending on English language learners, what we're spending on lower socioeconomic. I think that if we can all agree, or a majority of us can agree, that right now we have a middle ground for keeping Kings Mountain open, sorry.
I guess maybe we could just restate
It's
that,
late.
'cause I'm not sure I quite understand what that middle ground is.
So that they go to
Maybe
1
Sean.
to 25. Oh, I'm not allowed to speak now?
No, I just want to hear from him to make sure he's clear.
I'm clear. The middle ground that I said was that I would bring back 2 teachers staffing at Kings Mountain, and that your savings would no longer be 162, but it would be whatever 2 teachers staffed at Kings Mountain would be. I also know that for Miley and for Debbie and for Tyler as our instructors up there, this is a challenge because you're looking at a different kind of multi-grading, but I also know that the Kings Mountain folks may have some resources to bear, like ideational resources. I'm not talking about financial resources, I'm not expecting that, but if you guys wanted to figure out some kind of way that you were going to figure out some other site design staffing, I wanted to leave that open, and that was on that slide. I could go back to the slide. I hope
That's what I'm trying to understand, is like, what is the middle ground really? Is it Kings Mountain has two teachers? I'm sorry, I want to make sure we're all on the same page. I know it's getting late, but we could all breathe. Remember,
Hey, this is only the first thing in our agenda. You guys can all wait for
I know,
everything else.
So the middle ground that you're proposing then is that the district pays for 2 teachers. Anything above and beyond that needs to be covered in an external way.
unless they were able to bring 75 students to bear, and I think then
Okay,
3
so it's
teachers
like,
would be
well,
merited.
assuming 50 kids, like basically assuming having the right number of teachers for a 24-to-1 ratio, that's what the district will cover. And anything above and beyond, like if their enrollment goes up to 75, that's 3 teachers, and it's, again, that's fine. If it's somewhere in between, I guess we figure it out, right? In the likely case that it maybe goes up a little bit next year, who knows, right?
I would hope that the board would then say, Sean, you're the superintendent, you'll work with the school community and negotiate what is fair, and that I would make a recommendation, the board would bring here. But currently what stands as the middle ground, and I did meet with Amber and Bob about this, is, again, don't think about it as on or off, but think about it as what I've heard from the community is, hey, small class size for that school doesn't feel good for some of us. You heard one parent say that tonight, hey, I'm packed to the gills at 24-to-1. People should be treated the same. And I just was making the distinction, and I don't want to go there tonight because I think this is an evolution for the community going forward. I mean, heck, we just passed an equity policy in the district like 3 months ago, but I think over time we will start needing to look at allocation of resources by need as opposed to just saying 24-to-1, 24-to-1, 24-to-1. At some point, I think we will start to need to look at where there are concentrations of wealth or concentrations of socioeconomic disadvantage and other kind of assets, if you will, and follow. But for this thing, I think this gets us forward. It resolves the issue for us. I think I hear a majority of the board saying it resolves the issue, and we're on the road to find out about what truly equity means in the district.
I'm fine with that as a vision. I mean, I think that's where again, where I'm coming from, and I'm pushing us hard to say we need to start making steps towards having a more equitable way that we do everything that we do. Because equity is not just a program that we buy off a shelf and like implement it and all of a sudden we're there, right? Everything that we do should have an element of equity to it. So I think I'm really, really thrilled that you brought this proposal to us, and I'm really, really thrilled that the Kings Mountain community is so excited about it as well. It's like a step to get us there. And hopefully this is like the first step in that conversation around how do we have more access, or, you know, more thinking about like what are the right allocations, right? And taking into socioeconomics, taking into account English language learners, like especially these areas where we are actually receiving more funding. I think it's important we start to switch evolve our mindset. But all that said, I realize that's going to take some more time and a bigger discussion as far as like more generally how we do what we do. So for now, I'm fine with this as a step in that direction.
I think it's an important conversation for the board and community to have going forward, especially as I know that the coast side is got a situation of haves and have-nots. You have economic inequality and uncertainty here, and certain people do much better than others, and you need to take care of those who need and give to them. And I think in Spanish they say, hoy por mí, mañana por ti.
With a robust visual and performing arts.
Well, of course. Well, of course. Of course.
So I'm fine with that. I just would ask it be noted that this is like just a point of like as a step towards a more equitable, I don't know, word it somehow, but like a step towards more equity in our community and in different parameters, right? So we need to study exactly what that means. I don't think any of us has the answers yet, but making sure that we can create like learning environments for all our kids.
At,
you know,
at the,
particularly those that are historically at a disadvantage.
At the next meeting, when we talk about community liaisons, and I bring back a allocation of community liaisons to where they are really needed and where they are not needed, you will have an equity frame. That will be your object lesson in equity. And that is what you're talking about. Look, these are tough conversations. They go late at night. I'm used to late night meetings for board. You guys actually end earlier than we used to, but back in the day in the old place. But look, this is an important conversation that you're having as elected representatives and as community leaders and pillars of the community, and it's an important one that you're having too. And I think we should just be really real. We can agree to disagree, but I think we all have the eyes on the prize. We want everybody to be okay.
Very good. Okay. Any last comments?
Well, I'm still confused about 2.6 versus 2.9. Are we, or are you gonna,
We got three other things.
are you gonna look and see what you think is feasible and bring that
I'm going to
us?
take what I wrote down from notes from what everybody said tonight, and I've actually kind of cut to the chase. I kind of like heard what the community was saying, and I was like, oh, if I did this, if I did this, if I did this, and you actually echoed much of what the community said, and you will have a presentation for a resolution of no less than $2.6 million at the December meeting so that we can check the box off for our county counterparts.
All right, we all good with that? All right. So, back to our agenda. That was the big one, which is good.
Are these gonna, do you think this is gonna be pretty straightforward? I mean, you could stay.
I think it's gonna be pretty straightforward.
I hope.
Yeah, and if not, yeah, I think it's gonna be straightforward, and if not, we can defer it.
Well, actually, time is of the essence on this. I'm sorry we can't defer this. I would hope that we could get through this. Hey, thank you for being here. Are you not entertained?
So we're moving on to item 10, which is action items. You're all welcome to stay if you want to go, that's fine too. But 10A, authorization to change from the San Mateo County Schools Insurance Group to the Alameda County Schools Insurance Group for purchase of dental and vision insurance, and authorize the superintendent or designee to sign all agreements.
Real quickly, just so everybody knows, we saved $60,000 by going from one county school insurance group to another. It's pretty straightforward. They have a bigger pool. We get lower rates. If you approve of this tonight and vote in a majority, then I can sign the thing and save us 60 grand a year, and I will not have to cut a position.
So moved. So do we have a motion? No, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
All right, any questions or comments?
Just, can you reassure me that it will be the same cost to employees?
It will be the same level of service at no additional cost to employees, and that is what that is about.
And the main difference being that instead of having pooled rates, you basically go to self-insured, so you're paying your actuals, and because historically our actuals are lower than the pool, so it's basically, we're just paying our own instead of paying the group rate, which is higher. That's what I understood. Is that correct?
Yes, and it's also going from San Mateo County Schools Insurance Group to Alameda County Schools Insurance Group. We're just self-insuring, but purchasing from another group, and typically dental and vision, we were paying too much.
Okay. So I guess, mass vote, yeah, we don't need another motion. All in favor, please say aye. Aye, passes 5-0. Okay, 10B, adopt resolution number 2819, approving purchase of solar facilities from Solar City in accordance with provisions and intent of bond measures to increase operational efficiency and maximize cost savings.
Sorry, there's so much word, I should get paid by the word, but the truth of the matter is, we looked at this, we did an actuarial on this. As much as I appreciate the individual who came to speak about their experience, we leased, we got this power purchase agreement years ago. The bond does have specific language that if we use bond dollars that we could, to save operationally, we should. That was what the taxpayers voted on. It is estimated we could save $100,000 in electrical. Currently, we're not saving any money at all. By buying this solar, it allows us some kind of potential for savings. It does cost $2.7 million out of the bond. That said, it was what the voters paid for. and there is over $100 in bond. And I think this will save us $100,000 estimated going forward. And you know my goal. My goal is solar on every campus.
And how long, what's the life of
So do we have a motion to approve?
I have a question from Ms. Hines about the...
I think we need the motion
Oh,
first, and then we're going to go to the questions.
my apologies.
So that's why I interrupted. Okay, second? Anyone? A second. Second? Okay. Kim?
What's the life of the panels?
The life of the panels, they say, is about, I think, 50 years. You probably get another 40 years more out of the panels is what I'm heard. The cost about the inverter, we factored this into the actuarial. James Crawford did, and he did a nice little breakdown of it because he wanted to check it and kick the tires. Even if we had to replace the inverter at $500,000 or inverters at $500,000 over the life of these panels, that actuarial is still, you're getting a better deal buying it than leasing it. And there is some maintenance that we have to do that can be done out of the bond, like cleaning the panels. Again, the technology is much better. We're going to get a much better deal on our new solar going forward, but this is what it is. And you guys were early adopters, and solar back in the day wasn't as good as it is now.
And just real quick too, being on the board when we installed the solar and when we passed the first bond in which we intended to then buy the solar at some point, this was an intent when we originally signed the agreement with them. It was also an intent when we passed our first bond, was that we could then save some funds from the general fund, given that we knew that there was not enough adequate state funding. So this follows perfectly with what we had intended.
Thank you for saying that. I mean, it was your all vision when you had the first bond to do this, and when I think Rob Gaskell was the one who was the superintendent who got you into it. It's just time. We can do it now. I will also say that it wasn't my idea. Somebody said to me, Sean, that's a brilliant idea. It's like, it's not my idea. It was in your bond. It was the original plan. I will also say that if you looked at the materials, we had legal counsel look at it, and they said, yes, it is indeed within the bond language, which is why I tried to make it explicit in the item.
And so just, to follow up to Kim's question, 40 years left on the roof, $2.7 million expense, $100,000 saving. That's basically, you accrue it over 27 years, so like you're exceeding, your life will exceed when you're paying it off. So if you were to continue leasing, that really doesn't make sense. You might as well buy it out because you're going to get those 13 years for free, basically.
That's the actuarial that James Crawford did on us.
Well, and it's also because our lease is a lot more expensive than they are now, right? Because we got to cut them. So our lease is not cheap either.
Well, that's
We're
correct.
paying right now, so-
And we are currently looking at another project where you might save, and I put conservatively $200,000, but on that other energy project, we have at least one idea out there and a proposal that's being bandied about that and checked on, which would be $4 million for $400,000. You just get a lot better return now on solar than you did in the past.
And I do want to just point out that with the last bond expense approval we had made here as a board a couple months ago, there was a commitment to curtailing any further bond use until we have a facilities master plan, with the exception of anything for safety or like major repairs. I'm comfortable proceeding with this and other expenditures that make sense from just through this math that we just did and the actuarial assessment that you described, as like a third category that I think we didn't anticipate at the time, because I didn't think of it, to be perfectly honest. I was thinking safety, of course we'll do it, savings to our operational budget when the math works out that it just makes financial sense overall as well. To me, if we can say this succinctly, I'm comfortable with kind of adding that as a category for knowing that this is a bond expense, right? Like that we could, I'm fine adding that now, again, in the interim until we have a facilities master plan, because it will save us money overall, and especially the operational, which fits into our goals for the budget cuts. But I just want to have that explicitly stated, make sure everyone's okay with that.
Yeah, I don't want to have people out there in the community say, oh my God, what did you do?
Well, so at least we've thought of it. Yeah. All right, so unless there are any other further questions or comments, let's move to en masse votes. No, it's a resolution, I just saw that. So we'll go roll call vote. So am I right, Freya? Aye. Aye? Aye. Passes 5-0. All right, thank you. All right, and last but not least, adopt resolution 29-19, accepting agreement for termination of lease and quitclaim deed.
Basically, this is getting our building back. There's still the joke about Cunha. You do this lease back thing with the construction, with the contractors. In this regard, Cunha is almost all finished, Mr. Barnes. We still have some problems with some technology glitches. We still have some problems with some lighting glitches. We still have some problems with some HVAC glitches. And for my contractor friends out there, I'm sorry I make this joke, but you know, in a construction job, a bathroom remodel, there's the first 90% and there's the second 90%. So we're well within the second 90%. Once we fix James, I promise you, we've got invoices and purchase orders out for fans, for HVAC, and the technology and the lighting. We're gonna work that out. So yes, this just brings this back to us, and block construction releases all claims. They quit claims to the building, and they say they're done, and we get the building back, because right now, currently, they kind of own it.
We want to change that.
Yes, we will. It is I'll say it, Mr. Lugo, don't hate me. It's a Cadillac facility.
All right, do we have a motion to approve? Second?
I'll second.
All right, questions, comments?
Just real quick on that with the further repairs, so this doesn't then negate their responsibility to help with any of those things where they're involved in it?
Actually, like certain things like HVAC, like there were fans that were rusting. I'm sorry to get in the weeds on this, but you know, kind of, I'm in the weeds on this. So there were some.
Make sure that this doesn't stop or delay any repairs or anything.
No, but it was outside their bid, actually. So it's things that, oh my God, we didn't think about that. And Hatch, for example, in the kindergarten buildings, just recently I had to sign a change order on Hatch kindergarten buildings, because they said, oh, we didn't know we needed the screens. And if you have screens, they got to be galvanized, or stainless steel, so they're rust proof. And so we said, okay, it's $10,000 more. Okay, do a change order, and we did that change order. With this, there wasn't a change order to be done because it was never in the bid. So we're paying money to fix these last little broken bits. Yeah. Yeah. No, good question.
Any other questions or comments? All right, let's move to a vote. Roll call vote.
Yep. It's a resolution.
Aye. Passes 5-0. All right. Item 11, we will not return to closed session, so we do not need to. And so we have a motion to adjourn. That one you did. Okay, do you want a second? Second. Shall we do a second? Okay. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye, passes 5-0. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.